Hello, everyone. Only starting 7 minutes late today.
Would have been less if I hadn't have bumped the mute button that I didn't know existed on my microphone, uh, and created a whole thing. It doesn't even look like a button.
Can you all see us and hear us? And also, I didn't get a chance
Oh,
to.
I'm quiet. I'm being told.
Uh,
I think should Tristan fix that? Because I'm right in the
yeah.
yellow and not
But
the
can
red. So I think
Jacob
you
and
can fix
Woofer
that.
speak?
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
Are they quiet too?
We should hopefully be the same volume as Zeta. Otherwise, that'd be like really slow.
Yeah, I don't think you should
Yeah.
adjust Zeta. I think it's on my. But I want to get Chet's.
I probably should have not talked at the
Okay.
same time as you as well.
Everyone is quieter than you, Tristan, is what Chad is saying.
Yeah. How about now? I'm too loud. I might be too loud.
Oh, okay.
But how is it now?
I will talk for some comparison and provide meaningful commentary that is exciting and gripping content.
I can be less loud. How about now? Better?
At least one better in chat.
We can, okay. I did not have time to do an audio check for what it's going to sound like for stream, so just have to rely on... Oh, I'm too quiet now. I can bump myself back up a little.
Congratulations to the one betters.
Some people say
really
I'm quiet, some
solution,
people say I'm balanced. I took myself back up a little. So much too quiet. Who is much too quiet? Me or the rest of them?
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Everyone in chat very much disagrees about what they want our relative volumes to be.
I would hope the answer would be the same. But...
And you just put all of us on a scale and be like, what do you want everyone to be at from 1 to 100?
All right, we have many people saying good now, including the one who most recently said it was too quiet, now says good. So I think we might be in a good shape. So we're joined today by special guests, Jacob and Woofer here. We've done many of their puzzles on the stream. Are there any things you'd like to advertise while you're here?
Well, the problem is we keep setting U-bonds, which no one likes, so... So no.
I see. Okay. I did see several people saying they were looking forward to the all U-Bond stream when they saw that the two of you were guesting. So
no, well, the thing is we've already solved almost all of them. The only ones left are like scary variants.
I see. I suppose technically I've only set a scary variant and not set an actual U-Bond.
Yeah. That was a fun puzzle, though.
Yeah.
Let's see. I need to...
If you want to plug, if you want to plug the coral subway one, it still doesn't have red stars, and that's driving me a little crazy.
Yeah,
so maybe that's the one to plug.
Yeah, it's hard though, but it's good.
Yeah, it is harder.
Is Subway a way to say U-Bond without saying U-Bond?
Yeah.
So people can solve it? Is that what's happening?
I think so.
Okay.
The good strat.
The English translation for U-Bond on LMD is underground, but I think it's a really bad translation and it's confusing because it's U-Bahn is basically like the German subway system, so it's a better English name in my opinion.
I mean, in London, it would be called the Underground, I believe.
Right.
So I think the English translation is British
I guess
English.
it's the English UK translation, but I don't like it.
Okay, I now have the rules and the I now have the rules and the example puzzle displaying on stream, I believe.
Somehow you found a 2-star Magnus puzzle. I did not know that these things existed.
Yeah. Definitely rare. But I was trying to avoid 5-star puzzles for this stream.
That's fair, because you want to do more than one of them in the course of the stream. Alrighty,
No, I
so
did
who
not
wants to
set up
summarize the rules here?
I did not set up a way for me to have gray coloring.
Well, you should probably like set up gray coloring real quick.
Oh, okay.
Anything that's
unless you have something that's like very clearly like grayish.
No, I don't.
Because we do actually need to have shaded and unshaded. Maybe you could use purple for shaded and yellow for unshaded, and that'll be clear enough which one's the darker one and which one's the lighter one. Or you can just make it gray. That will also work.
I can make a gray, but now I need to set up... I don't have this mapped to any key. So... you can entertain chat while I do this.
So this is a hybrid of 2 pencil puzzle genres. So it is a castle wall and a yin-yang. And there's a hole in the middle, so we get to ask ourselves what things we know about yin-yang are actually true when there's a hole in the middle. And I do not know the answer, but there'll be an interesting topology problem going on involved in that, I'm sure. But we did a castle wall actually just the other day, which is I think the first castle wall I did on stream was the castle wall by Agent. It was a castle wall Fillomino that I loved. And spoiler, the next thing I'm setting is I think going to be directly inspired by the castle wall Fillomino. Is one of my favorite puzzles of the year so far. So if you missed that, I recommend going back and doing that. Did you two do that puzzle, the Agent castle wall Fillomino?
Not yet. We will. It's probably on our list.
It's listed at 4 stars, but I actually think that's high. I think both it and Polynesia actually are the 2 agent puzzles I believe I've done this year, and I think both of them are rated at 4 stars. And I afterwards was like, I think this could be 3. But anyway, so that means we're going to have to draw a loop within the grid. That's the castle wall part. And the loop is going to avoid all of these square-shaped clues. It's not allowed to pass through them. The loop is going through the centers of cells, not on the edge, just to be clear. And these clues count something really weird, which is they count the number of vertical segments, or the total length of vertical segments, within the... vertical or horizontal in the direction pointed to by the clue. But note when it's counting the length is not the same as the number of cells, which is the thing that's always confusing about castle wall. So here's where it would be really helpful if Tristan would draw in an example, just so we could talk about what the length is of a castle wall loop.
I am getting close to being ready, but not quite ready.
But the point is, if you draw something that goes through the center of 2 cells, it's only of length 1 and not of length 2, even though in just about every other pencil puzzle genre, you'd be counting cells, but you do not in Castle Wall.
Okay, can I... Not quite.
And I should say, by the way, it's not logically equivalent to just adding 1 to all of them, so it's not as though they could have just defined it the right way instead of the wrong way. The way they defined it actually does make sense and lead to more interesting logic. It is, as Jim says, it's the number of crossings is what you could consider it as counting. So we have that.
Okay, I have completely missed all of the rules so far because I was setting up the color.
Okay. And Jay says you have not set up the screen correctly as far as the grid showing up.
Well, I'm looking at the LMD page with the rules on it and the
I see.
example puzzle.
Okay. So if you hover over the example and put that on screen, we can illustrate the thing we've been saying with the castle wall clues now.
Okay.
So point at whichever of these you would like inside the thing. So for example, the 4 vertically, note that that 4 vertically is saying that there's 4 length of vertical line here, which actually means it passes through 5 cells, but that's 4 total in length is what this is saying. And as Jim says, I think the smart way to internalize this is that it crosses 4 lines. And so likewise, if you look at the 1 in the second to last row, you'll see that there's only 1 in that direction. There's 1 behind it, but it doesn't see the 1 behind it. It only sees the 1 in front of it. The 2 in column 3 is showing you the sort of the spicy thing that can happen, which is that it can have more than 1 piece, in which case it could be a 2, even though there's 4 cells of loop. So that's the whole castle wall part. It can never move through the clued cells. The loop is not allowed to do that. There is a yin-yang component, which is that we have to shade or unshade every cell. Tristan is scrolling back and forth.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand the yin-yang part.
So you have to shade some cells and unshade some cells. Every cell is either shaded or unshaded. All the shaded cells need to be connected and all the unshaded cells need to be connected. And you're not allowed to have any 2x2s within that. Now, there's all sorts of things that we know and love about yin-yangs. But all of those are predicated on the idea that you're looking at a yin-yang on a simply connected grid, and this grid has a hole in the middle, so we'll have to sort of recontemplate as we think about it whether the hole in the middle actually changes any of the things we actually know. My gut is that it's not going to, but we'll have to think about it.
I feel like you might be able to have a checkerboard.
It's possible you might be able to have a checkerboard. And if you are allowed to, definitely Magnus would not have put one in the example puzzle, because the example puzzle would be to mislead you. But also, if you were allowed to have a checkerboard, I'm not sure this would be ranked as 2 stars. Because I feel like there would just be a million comments of people saying it was broken.
Okay, how do we determine how does the yin-yang interact with the castle wall?
Yeah,
That's the part I'm missing.
Unshaded is inside the loop, and shaded is outside the loop, but only for the clued cells. So everything else there's no interaction.
I see. Clued unshaded, clued green cells are inside the loop, clued gray cells are outside the loop.
And that is straight out of regular castle wall. Regular castle wall has shaded and unshaded clues that go inside or outside the loop. And additionally, the loop is only allowed to enter and exit each shaded area once. So it has part of its life is in the shaded region and part of its life is in the unshaded region, but it can only move between those 2 once. And those 2 are connected, so there really are only 2. And I think that's all the rules, but I was told that the rules scroll, so I'm not actually sure if that's all the rules or not.
Yeah.
I think that's all of it.
So
Gotcha.
So there's one castle wall clue that's a gimme that I see, which is the 2 in row 8.
Oh, I also saw the stuff in column 6.
Yeah, column 6 is also a gimme one. That's right.
So here we get loop.
Yep, column 6 and up above.
There's the 2 clue as well.
Yep.
So this counts as 1, but we need another one, so it has to be here.
Right. You can't draw a vertical line through the single cell. And now in row 8, there's a corridor that's either taken or not taken. But if you don't take the corridor, then you can only get to 1. And so
this is what we're talking about?
Yes. So that is the 2. That's the only 2 that you can possibly get in row 8. And so now that's a corner. So you can continue around and you'll hit another corner. And so on. And so you can unshade that cell if you like, because it's now definitely inside the loop. And you
Okay.
can
So-
shade
Is this an
the
acceptable
cell-
green
Yeah, that's fine.
or acceptable color for?
Looks green enough to me.
And I noticed that row 7, column 10 is definitely outside the loop, so it is shaded. And as are the clues that connect to it.
So these?
Yep. So we've got that. In row 10, that loop can't turn up in column 8 because that would close the loop, and we don't want to do that yet. So it continues through the corridor.
This?
Yeah, and then there's the corner in column 6
And
as well.
this has to...
Do that. As pointed out, we need to avoid a 2x2 in the shading. So we can green the cell in row 6, column 10, and the cell above it, because the greens need to connect.
Yep.
And we know that
these-
there's an X in row 8 because we already have our 2 segments. We cannot have a third.
These are definitely inside the loop, right?
Yes, they're both inside the loop.
Yeah, that
and
segment though needs to turn up in row 8.
Yep.
Row 8, column 8 needs to go up because of the 2 clue.
Right.
Because if it went left, it'd be a 3.
Agree.
If it went down, the world would be even worse.
Yeah.
Let's see, does this green show up on this green?
Yeah.
Well enough.
I mean, you can make the path a different color than green if you're concerned about it.
Yeah, we use red lines often when we're setting over colors.
I don't want to do red on green.
Yeah, red on green.
Well, blue is also, I think.
Is there
Or pink.
Is there something going on with that 4 now? Because there's only 5 crossings that it sees, right?
2, 3,
three,
4, 5. Ah, yes. So the corridor
So-
has to be taken at
Both
least.
of them.
So
right?
these
Yeah.
at least, right?
Yeah.
And
Or
the
no.
one on the left, actually.
Well, this one definitely.
Yes.
And
And then this next one, if we don't take that, we end up at
Yeah.
a maximum of 2 few. So yeah, so that's taken.
right, if we just do this, then that's 3, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is also taken.
Things in corridors always come in pairs. Is the
And
thing
so
we
these
learned
can't
from the
connect
agent
is
puzzle.
what we're
Yeah.
saying.
Yep. So you can draw an X on the edge.
Both go up.
Well, they both have to go up.
Yep,
Right.
that's fine.
And again, no, they could connect here.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't see why they cannot connect there. You can draw X's in the row with a 0, which seems helpful,
Hmm.
just for reference.
So no.
No crossings in that direction, correct? Let's see. This 1 and this 2 in column 4 are different colors, which I don't know how to use, but I know they're different colors.
This 2 is now definitely inside the loop.
Right,
Right.
because you know it can't get separated from the green, right? So the 1 above it is outside the loop
Hmm.
because you cross the line. Every time you cross the line, you switch between in and out of the loop, and so you cross one line to get to that 1. So that's definitely gray.
And this is gonna have... Ooh, never mind. I keep almost saying things that aren't true.
Like the story of my life.
Row 5 asks Ron. We definitely... Ooh. Now I'm not sure.
Okay. It's tricky because I also want to mark in the grid places we know the loop doesn't go, but that seems horrendously messy. But like there's cells where like the loop definitely can't go in like row 6, column 10, which is what Ron is using, I think. That might be helpful to know, but that also will pain Tristan.
I don't know 100% that this could be a connection, and then no connection here, and then this could be a connection. So I don't think we can easily
so look at
that...
the 1 in column 4. It gives you some X's because there's a corridor in column 4.
1 in column 4.
So look up at those X's.
The row 2.
It can't go from row 3, column 4 to row 2, column 4, for example. Because if the loop did that, it would then go up again. And that would be 2. So there's an X there, and there's an X in the one above that as well. So we got some Xing. And so now there's only actually 2 places that this 1 could even live at all. Just to think about that.
So it definitely visits that cell. Row 4, column 4.
Yeah.
Yep, the loop definitely visits this cell. And the loop definitely visits the cell immediately above that as well, I think. Because of the 2 in that row. The 2 in that row, it gets one of its 2 from the vertical segment over on the right, but I don't think it can avoid taking this cell.
Right.
Row 3, column 4.
I agree.
I agree.
Unless you allow T's like in Ubon.
Yes, that would help this puzzle, I'm sure, if we allow some T's.
I'm having a hard time seeing this, but if all 3 of you believe it, then I will believe it.
Well, the way I saw it is, let's say that cell is not visited by the loop. How do you put 2 segments in horizontally with the 2? And then they would both need to go to the right, but then they create a T.
Here.
Yeah.
Right. Agree.
And I guess we do need to remind ourselves about the only enters the shaded and unshaded regions once rule, because we have not yet thought about that, and presumably at some point it will be relevant. I am convinced that a hole in the middle does not let us have multiple border breakings. Because the proof that you... So the standard fact about yin-yangs is that on the border, there's always just one contiguous green and one contiguous shaded, and you can't sort of mix and match and have like a green shaded sort of pattern around the edge. And that's because of connectivity. And so that's certainly true here still, I believe. Because even a hole in the middle is not going to let you somehow draw a straight line. Like the hole, if anything, makes it worse, not better.
I'm thinking the same might be true for checkerboards, actually, because in a cave puzzle, a checkerboard is possible if there's a hole because the walls can touch the middle. But here, the hole is just not helping anything, I think.
If
it's providing.
If there is not a vertical segment here, chat... This is chat's point. If there is not a vertical segment here,
that's awesome.
Then we go horizontally through this. We get our 2, and now there's nowhere for this to go.
I love that. Okay, that's great. Yep, agree. So there is one there, and then you get an X in the column.
Right, really that's all we get.
Yeah, we're not visiting. Yeah.
So now I want to entertain Woofer's claim about checkerboards, because I think it's right. So if there's a checkerboard in the grid, you need to somehow connect the green to the green and the gray to the gray. And the hole in the middle does not help you do that. So you can't have any checkerboards in the grid either. So I think every standard trick, except for the one about border parity that I don't even know if I consider a standard trick, is going to work. Given I could not state what the border parity rule is, and I do not think it would be a 2-star puzzle if we needed to use it.
Now this can't be a segment.
Right. Yep. So that gives you an X in the row.
And
yeah, so
what
there
can
are
we
2
say
on the right for sure.
But we don't know any specific one that's definitely in.
Well, we know that we know the middle two are definitely visited.
We know they're visited, but we don't know any segment that's in.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe chat knows, but I don't.
That is likely. Chat often knows many things that I at least do not know.
People are saying this segment is definitely in.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
That
that makes sense.
What happens if it's not? It looks to me like that loop can still connect in row 6.
I think it breaks the 2 segments below, specifically the one that's below the left circle. Oh, maybe.
It can come from up above?
Yeah, maybe it is possible.
Yeah, I don't see why those two
Yeah.
can't just connect horizontally and then it just do
Right.
that sort of thing.
Like,
I mean, there might be a sophisticated reason why it can't do that, but
No, this seems okay.
that seems like a possibility to me.
Yeah.
As best I am able to tell.
Oops.
Well, the sad truth right now, I think, is we're basically out of these castle wall clues to use, right?
Yeah, we don't have a ton of them.
So this is probably some yin-yang shading or something that's next. Or maybe that we have to think about.
I'm doing like loop parity crap in row 7 and realizing it's not quite getting me where I want to go because it depends on, of course, whether it goes up or down. Like I feel like this is about the point where Garion says something about the loop having to either take or not take that aisle in column 1 because of how many loop segments are going to end up in the bottom corner, but I don't think that quite works.
Yeah, row 8
as it is.
Row 8 column 10, if that's green, it like breaks it makes a 2x2 in the bottom right.
That's true. Yep. That is definitely true. Okay, I like that better than anything I was thinking about.
if this is green,
then green goes all the way around because of the connected thing. Because now there's one gray cell and then green wraps around and then that's bad. So yeah, so that's definitely gray.
And the one.
And the same is true of the cell below it.
Yeah.
We avoid a 2x2.
Yep.
There.
So yeah, so it is. So this is the place or one of the 2 places where it moves between these two.
Row
8 column 9 to avoid a 2x2 is green.
Oh, right. I should have been more specific. So is there something kind of weird going on now where like
there would be a 2x2 of gray right above that, Tristan, if you did if you
right,
made that gray.
Yep.
Is there a thing going on now to where like if the gray touches the goes to the in row 6 goes to the left? That seems like that would be very, instead of escaping through the bottom or something. Does that make sense?
You mean like row 6 column 8 being gray?
Because there'd be only one green cell on the loop is basically the problem. Because the loop, remember, has now crossed green and gray once, and it gets to do that exactly twice. And so, yeah, if any of the cells are gray, so for example, row 7 column 8 definitely can't be gray. Because if row 7 column 8 is gray, the cell above it's also gray because of the fact that the loop transition has happened, and that makes a 2x2. So that's definitely green. And now that makes the cell below it green for lots of reasons. Take your pick. Which now creates a potential 2x2.
So this is gray now.
Yep, that's gray. Down. And there's a gray below it. And that has to connect back to its friends. And now we've got a checkerboard potential as well in row 8, column 7 that we would like to avoid. Because if that was gray, it would make a checkerboard.
Right.
So that's green.
And we avoided 2 by 2
Would make a
below that one.
checkerboard.
It's the top left cell of the checkerboard.
If that
with
is gray.
row 9.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Just right there. There we go.
Yeah.
So that's green. So that's gray.
And
then
so is
below
row
the
9,
one.
column 6.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so
So
then
these-
they connect. Yeah.
Right, because there's only one group of green. Yep. So, yep, that works.
That gray corner is really interesting in row 7.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, that
Right.
is.
Because it's on the loop.
Fascinating.
Does that make those ones gray?
I want to say it does, but
I don't know how to prove it.
Yeah, the green could do something really ridiculous. It seems like, to me at least, that
I think it's
possible.
possible for that end to connect to the green end eventually.
It would be fascinating if it turned out to be the case.
Yeah. We'd get a lot of information.
Okay. Okay. Row 10, column 5 cannot be green. Sorry. No, it can't be gray. If that's gray, it puts a green on the loop above it because of the no 2 by 2. And now that's a problem because then then we have 2 different segments of gray on our loop.
Right.
So in fact, row 10, column 5, I thought this was going to be a dumb point, but I think this is actually a useful point. That can't be gray. That has to be green.
Right.
wow.
Which is going to get us the whole coloring. If you want to show that with the bifurcation palette, you
think
might want to
it's-
just convince people
Okay.
that that's really true.
So
I think row 9, column 5 being green is a little easier to see because if row 9, column 5 is green, that's just a problem because
Oh yeah, that just breaks
we
the
have
rules
2
immediately.
grays, 2 gray
Yep.
areas on the loop.
Right.
So that one just has to be gray, and then we avoid a 2 by 2 below it.
Yeah,
That's easier.
that is a more elegant way to see it. And so now the greens around the border connect. So now we get a
Right.
bajillion D green cells. And then we'll have 2 by 2s to avoid and all manner of things.
We did it.
Woohoo! It's going to give us lots of loop X's too.
Is there
So yeah, there's
Oh.
2 by 2s everywhere now.
and with 4 of us on this call, my CPU is chugging on this puzzle. Like,
Oof.
Row 2, column 2, row 2, column 9, and row 9, column 2 are all gray to avoid a 2 by 2.
Since there's no digit in this puzzle, is there like a Zach shade the perimeter dance? Because that's felt like a
we
huge
can
step.
let Zach do the perimeter shading dance.
Okay.
Ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, woohoo! Zach, knock my glass off. Ba-doop, 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 woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
gray must connect up column 3. Says
So I think the
Okay.
really important thing to notice is row 2, column 2 is outside the loop. And so that means you can X all around that whole shebang around it because it's gray. And so if the loop went through, say, row 1, column 1, it would be inside the loop.
right.
So so that gets you. And also row 3, column 2 is also gray because you can't separate them. So that actually gets you even more Xings.
Yep. So we know the loop doesn't go around the top left.
Right. And so that gives you like an X between row 4 and row 3 in column 1, and then up and around there like that. And now we've got to think about what that does with this giant confluence of X's that we've got from much earlier. but I
You
do
could
not know what it does with them.
Still sneak up this way.
I mean, it almost
Possibly.
certainly is going to have to, but who knows?
So is it the end we have in row 9? Is it sort of a where does that go up and connect? Because it can't go between the 1 and the 2, right? Row 9, column
Right,
5.
it cannot go between the 1 and the 2 for lots of reasons.
But it,
There's no
Row
way
9.
these can.
row 9,
Sorry,
column
what?
5, right?
Yeah, that end.
So
it can't go.
But could it go down into the
It
green
cannot,
yet?
because
Right,
if it
that's
goes
the
down
same
into the
problem
green,
as
it creates the
before,
same
right?
problem as before. So that loop actually has to extend, and then the thing it extends into has to also be gray.
Right.
And it has to extend again because it can't go into green yet because there's still more gray on the loop.
Yeah, I guess until we
Right.
get to that corner in row 7, column 7, we can just keep drawing grays.
So now it has to go up to row 7 because if it went left, it would go left to column 2, up to row 8, then right back to column 3 because we can't go like that.
Yeah, and it's a
And
2
then and those would all be gray,
Yep.
right?
Very
So-
clever. Yep, very good spot.
So it just goes straight
So-
up to
Wait, why can't this sneak around?
Because
column
of the
1?
gray in row 7, column 7, Tristan.
Because of the gray and row 7 column.
Yeah, so if the
yeah,
loop
yeah.
enters a green,
Yep.
then our gray segment ends, but then we haven't connected to that cell yet.
So it doesn't go here, so it does go up, is what we're saying?
Yep, that is the claim.
Yeah.
and then up again.
Yeah, because if it goes left, it's definitely.
Well, now
gray.
that gives us all those grays
Those
So all those are gray. Yep.
up until the corner, and now our
And
now
now
we
we
can't-
can't use that logic anymore.
yeah.
So green has to get out.
Yeah, and
Right.
avoid a 2x2 in row 8, column 2.
Yep. And the greens connect, so that's going to give you some green in column 8.
And I guess the cell with the 4 in it in row 7, column 2 is either it's outside the loop so it's gray or you avoid a 2x2,
Yeah.
however you want to think about it.
Okay, we now can't connect in row 6. So now
Right.
Ron's point from a while ago now is accurate. We can't connect in row 6 because if we do, we now close the loop.
Right.
That gives
Oh.
us the 2 segments in
So,
row 5,
yep.
right?
Yep, exactly. Yep.
So these both go up.
Yeah.
Right.
And then they
then-
still can't connect.
So so row 5 is forced now because of the 2.
Yep.
So this
And
goes
then-
up again.
Right.
Row 5, that goes
And now
right
this
to
is the only thing we can
Yeah.
do.
Right.
that
and it
gives us
certainly
a
doesn't
These
go
are
couple
down
green.
from there. Yep. And get rid of the circles.
And I guess it has to turn up too.
Yep.
And then we avoid a 2x2.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it goes up
Oh yeah, it just goes over the
All-
top
all
the way to
there. Actually, no, yeah, there is where it definitely goes. This
I think it goes
Wait, what's the
Why?
reason? What's the reason we couldn't
I
go
don't
into
buy
gray
this.
immediately?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't buy this yet. Let's go back to there, and then let's fill in the gray. Okay, I believe it went up. Let's fill in the gray in row 4, column 9.
Yeah, because I think it could.
But I think
Go
it could
into
enter
gray
gray
and-
here for
yeah,
all we
and-
know.
Yeah,
but if it enters gray there, doesn't it connect to the gray in column 7? Because it just goes straight across since it can't go through the question marks.
oh yeah, that is broken for non yin-yang reasons.
Right.
It just closes the loop.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
I
got it.
agree.
I guess
So
I
now-
guess we didn't mention that, but yeah.
Okay, and so now the question marks are green.
So it comes here. Here.
I think it goes to
It goes at least to
This-
column 7,
Yeah,
right?
at least in column 7 because it can't go into the castle wall clues.
all those row 2s with the X's are dead ends, basically.
Right.
Okay,
Also,
and so now
um,
turn the question marks gray because now they're inside the loop. Sorry,
Green, you mean?
They're inside the loop. And
Yeah.
so now connect the grays because the grays have to connect.
Row 6, column 3, by the way, is green. Someone in chat pointed that out a long time ago.
Oh yeah, we missed a 2x2.
Ah, yeah.
It doesn't do anything. For all I know, it does everything.
Maybe one day.
Someday.
I guess the
If you
grays.
insult the clues, my experience is often it turns out they actually do something, so it can be a helpful solving technique.
In column 7, the grays connect through the loop, right? Because we can't change from gray to green to gray in row 6 and row 5.
If this comes down at all, then we have to close the loop.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Jacob's talking about something else. Row 5, column 7, and row 6, column 7 have to be gray because of the loop.
Yeah, because of the loop rule. If either of these was green, we would immediately have a problem.
But I think it's still true that this can't come down.
I think I am inclined to agree with you that yes, that creates.
Because if this comes,
if it comes down, it either takes that segment in column 6 or it doesn't, and in both cases the loop gets closed.
Yeah.
So there's like 3 cases, but they're pretty easy to see mentally that they're all going to lead to bad things. So yes, good spot to Tristan.
This clue comes here.
Correct.
Yep. Nice.
So is the green, or sorry, the 2 in row 2, column 6 there, that's now inside the loop, right? So it's green.
It is now inside the loop, so it's green.
And then that gives us a void 2x2 thing, and gray's escaping.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's and
gray's
then
escape on the right in
row
column
3,
7.
column 7. Yeah.
Yep. That's gray. So now on the left in column 6, one of those has to be green to avoid a 2x2. So that's where our other switch is happening, right?
Yep. That's true. Yep. That's beautiful.
Where?
Yep. In column 6, row 3 and 4, those 2 cells are different colors, is Jacob's point. So I believe it was Jacob.
Wait, could they be both green, or is that?
Could they both be green?
I think that still is where the switch is happening, right?
Yeah, because the loop goes through. Yeah.
The loop that section of the loop is either going up and then left or just left, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
that's true. Okay.
This
but
loop
they could both be green. Sorry.
Yeah.
So I guess that means the 2 segments on the loop in column 4 there are green, right?
Right.
Because the rest of the loop is green beyond column 6.
Yeah, basically if one of those was gray, then that's saying that the gray segment in column 7 needs to keep extending up until it gets to those cells. But then that gray segment in column 7 is connecting to the segment in column 6, and it would make both of those gray.
Yep.
Which makes a 2x2.
And I guess that means... Oh, I'm sorry.
So these are green is what we're saying.
Yeah, and the rest of our loop cells are going to be green after the switch in column 6.
Row 5, column 2 is gray.
Yeah, so
because if row 5, column 2, if you try and put it inside the loop, you create a little loop.
Oh, I guess in row 1 as well. Sorry, there's so much stuff happening. In row 1, row 1, column 5, the loop can't turn down because what we said about the gray switch. So it just goes to column 3 and then goes down.
Yeah.
Because of our X's.
And then
so
that stays as green.
And down again, and these are green now.
Yeah.
And that's gray to avoid a 2x2.
Yes.
And so then it just connects.
And the gray escapes.
There's another gray in row 4, column 3 as well for another 2x2.
Right.
All manner of grayitude.
Right, and the gray
actually row 4, column 2 needs to be gray now too.
Right.
Yep.
So we have
now row 5, column 3 is green.
Yeah. It's all happening.
Yes, it's happening.
Yeah, I think
this loop has to connect here.
Yeah.
Yep. Row 5, column 3 is green.
Yes.
And so row 6, column 2 is gray.
Yeah, for the grays to escape.
Yes.
Row 5, column 4 is green to avoid checkerboard.
Yes.
Or for the greens to escape. actually.
Yeah.
Probably better.
Okay, the loop, now we know which way it goes because it can't turn into
Yeah.
gray. So
it
the
just
loop
goes
in
to
row
the right, and then
right.
we get
Yeah, and
2 green cells.
yeah, because it can't go up into the gray because of what we said before.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so
So that's-
these are green.
Yeah.
Yep. And so
And
then I
now
guess the
this
loop,
must go right,
Yeah.
yeah.
and it has to
And-
connect.
And then the grays have to connect.
Yep.
So row 3, column 6 is gray. And yeah, that's the end of the loop.
Yep.
And I think that's the
and
whole
that's
puzzle.
the puzzle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice.
That was a fun one.
Usually answer check would pop as soon as you filled in all the digits, but I guess that doesn't work so well for this puzzle.
Dang. We have all the digits correct.
I know, it should have popped right away, right? And said you have
Right.
the right answer.
Yeah.
That was a very neat combo of rules. I liked that. I see that this is listed as number 1. Was this made as like the example puzzle, and then there's a number 2 that's 6 out of 5 stars for difficulty? Is that what I should expect?
It's like 27 by 27 Magnus style.
It's only 13 by 13, but it
Oh,
does
okay.
have a hole in the grid. And that one is 5 stars, yeah.
Makes sense.
Very nice. Well,
The
shall we?
solution code is so unintuitive.
Hmm.
The
Should we take
solution
a-
code,
What was the solution code?
it's like very unintuitive to figure out. Basically, unshaded cells without loop are X's, but then when they do have loop, you do I's and L's, and then you
Oh,
do
good grief.
S's and I's.
Oh, Lord. No.
I wish it was like consistent, like it was like X high if it's unshaded with anyways. Or just
Terrible.
like,
Please don't do this, people. Don't be like the Germans. Make solution codes that are human. The thing is, Kurbon's asking for numbers to be entered into the question marks, but we don't have an arrow, so we don't know what number to enter. We'd have to also put an arrow in them to enter a number in them.
Yep.
True.
Well, shall we take a quick break?
Though.
And
Yeah, let's take a quick break and return. That was very lovely. Good choice
yeah.
to the guests who picked this out.
All right. We will be right back. See you soon.
Welcome
Hello,
back.
everyone. We are back with this J. Dyer chaos construction.
We're going to get a real quick digit in this one.
Yep. So, who wants to go over the rules?
So each of these arrow things either points up and down or in all four directions. And this is a chaos construction.
Or left and
so
right.
We need to draw in. We need to draw in 9 regions to make a sort of irregular Sudoku thing, or like a Fillomino where all the Fillominos have size 9, but things of the same size are allowed to touch, as was described earlier. And in doing that, these clues contain the digit that says how many cells within that region it sees in the indicated direction. And sightlines are blocked by borders.
And we can see an example here. It's a little small, but this is a correctly filled in grid. So we can see the arrow cells include themselves, and arrows in both directions add up the number of cells it sees.
So I think J. Dyer's only said about 200 puzzles since this one. But does Jay recall a good bet cell for this this puzzle? You seem to have lost the
actual puzzle.
That's fine. We can do a different one. My bet cell pick is row 4, column 1. That way we fill it in first. I hope that was the digit you saw.
Yes, that was the digit I saw.
Okay.
Let's do row 8, column 6 as the bet cell if we have no suggestions. So a key deduction that is being made by Carl and Woofer and others is that if 2 clues are the same, they can't touch. or sorry, they can't be in the same region. So row 4, column 1 and row 4, column 2 cannot be in the same region, because if they were both, say, yellow, they would contain the same digit, and that would be a problem. And likewise, row 4, column 1 and row 5, column 1 cannot be in the same region. And row 5, column 1 and row 6, column 1.
I think row 4, column 1 and row 5,
Why?
column
Oh,
1
no.
could be.
Right. They could be. You're right. You're absolutely right. But this is still a 1, regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it does give us some stuff if we wanted. I don't know how you want to mark that cells are in the same region, because the cells in column 1 are all not 1s.
Yes.
And well,
so
first
those
we get
two are
one
in
dance.
a region together. And the thing to its right is not in its dance. But yes, let's do our one dance. Ba-boop-a-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-a-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-a-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-a-doo. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Carl's point, actually, that row 4, column 2 is going to have to be 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's going to give you another
Because
border.
these can't be in the same.
Yeah.
So we have to have a border here. And that's a 2.
The way me and Jacob usually do this, instead of coloring, because it's not clear like if 2 colors are the same region or not, we draw lines sometimes. I don't know if you
well,
want
we
like
know
the drawing
these are the
lines.
same.
Yeah.
Okay, you can start drawing lines if you like.
There's just a lot of stuff in column 1 that has to extend.
Yeah. We'll see if we can convince Tristan to draw lines. It's what I usually do on stream.
So these are in together.
Yeah.
All 3 in the next in that row.
Yeah.
These have got to be in together.
Yep. Bottom of column 1.
Bottom of column 1.
Row 4.
Oops. What?
Bottom of column 1 and then row 4. You haven't done the bottom of column 1 yet, though. Now row 4.
Sorry, I thought you were saying...
That's at least a 3 is the point.
Yeah. Row 5, column 1 and row 6, column 1 are both extending to the right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And one of them's going to extend even further than that. Well,
and it's not the one in row 6.
Right? That's cute.
The one in row 6 gives you a border. Because otherwise we'd put 2 of the same clue in the same row.
So it's a 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is then going to give us a 3.
Well, yeah.
Or
row 5, column 1.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Because this can't go farther than this.
Right.
So I personally like when puzzles repeat the same deduction, like, over and over. You actually, I don't mind it at all. Definitely like internalizes it.
And now those extend a great deal.
Yeah, at least 4 for each one. But I think there's probably something where they can't be in the same region.
Yes.
The one in the 3.
The one at the bottom of the column does as well.
Yeah.
Oh, so there
are a 4-5 pair we should fill in.
Right.
Yeah. I'm gonna start coloring soon.
For row 1, column 1 is 5. It's kind of interesting because then row 4, column 2 and 3 are a different region.
Yeah. If this, I suppose it would have to get out up here.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that doesn't work because that's 7 cells, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would have to go down through column 3.
Is there a reason it can't escape through column 2? Somewhere?
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe that's fine, actually.
Or
yeah, and yeah, sorry.
So here's a fun fact. Row 5, column 2 and 3, those digits are going in column 1 somewhere. Oh, I was going to try and say this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but now I don't believe myself anymore. Because I was thinking they had to not repeat within these regions, but I think I was doing bad math. I retract my claim that those cells are interesting. Sorry, cells.
Hi, DDX. How are you doing today?
Oh, okay. Row 9, column 1 being 5, right? It makes an 8-cell region minimum. But then row 6, column 2 looks broken.
Oh, because it's a max of
Yeah,
Yep.
and
That's
it's
right.
a minimum of 2 at the same time.
right.
Yeah.
Right. So
Oh.
just highlight what thing, if row 9, column 1 is a 5, just highlight the cells we know would be in its region.
Right.
7.
And row 5, column 3. Yeah.
And that's 8
8.
cells.
So
And
row
so
6,
now, what is
column
row
2
6, column 2?
now.
So now this
it
is a
needs to be
2
at
or a
least
3.
Yep. And it can't be because we've got a
Yeah.
2 and a 3 in the region.
Right.
Yep.
So we know which is 4 and which is 5. That's very cool.
And that gives us another order.
And maybe now you're allowed to color these.
Yeah. Now that we have.
So these and these.
And you can get rid of the red lines through them. Or add extra red lines to them, whichever you prefer.
Our 4 lines are 4 distinct regions now, right? There's no chance. I mean, the blue can't reach the rightmost row 4 line.
Yeah,
these...
these...
I mean, I'm not too worried about them turning out to be the same, although I usually like to wait to color them just until they... Just because we might want to color something else before we get to these. But Tristan will leap on the train and color them.
I'm okay with uncoloring things if
I agree.
If it comes to that.
We can always go back to lines.
I think the row 6, column 3 cell can't be part of the green region because then it would have to be a 2 because it can't be a 1, right? Because there's a green and 1 already, a 1 and green already. So, and it sees a 2.
Yeah.
Right, because that's 7 cells.
Yep.
Yeah, that digit would be minimum 4 if it was green.
Right.
Agree.
And that's... So the green 2 now is in column 3, I think.
Yes.
But it could be up in the top somewhere.
The same argument Chad is pointing out applies to row 1, column 2, and row 3, column 2. If either of these is green, it's a minimum of 4 because it sees 1, 2, and 3. Right. And can either of these possibly be?
So the way I like to do these puzzles with these clues is how many cells in green does it not see? Because like row 1, column 2 does not see 6 of the greens, and same thing with row 3, column 2. It's not seeing 6 of them, so it's maximum 3 because the region is size 9. And so
neither of them.
Green cannot take either of them. So
so green takes this one.
Row 2. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's just done then, right?
It needs one more, and it's
right.
It's a cute shaped region. We don't see that one a lot.
Yeah.
So now I guess the
car
pink
driver, if you will.
The pink region has to take the row 3, columns 2, 3, and 4, right?
Yep.
And you can corner mark 2 in one of 2 cells in green if you want. It's probably useful to do so.
Yeah, also, I don't know if we can do anything with this, but the region in row 1, column 2 is not pink. Or, yeah.
And I think what we can do with that is say that pink doesn't take row 2, column 4. Because if pink takes row 2, column 4, then it does make that pink. And that's a big problem. Because that cell can't be a 2 if it's pink. And so then that would go up. And now it's isolated those cells. And so all of this is now pink. And then Woofer's going to tell us why that's a problem.
Row 1, column 2 becomes a 3. And row 2, column 4 is a 3. But the region's
yep, got it. Yep.
Yep.
Can't have 2 3s.
Right. So that gives us a border here.
Yeah.
And that extends.
And now this
pink
has
further.
to get out again.
Yep. And now that is only a 1 or a 2, just for the record. We should write that down in row 2, column 4. Yep. And now we can color row 1, column 2, and just let it go like it wants to do, or line if you prefer.
It can be purple.
And it can't connect to the blue that we have because that would be more than 9 cells. So we do know it's a different region.
If pink takes row 2, column 5, is there any way that doesn't break purple? It would have to be... Oh, I guess it could be a 3. I guess we don't know that it's not a 3. So maybe pink can take this.
If pink takes it, it's a 3 or a 4. Just because it doesn't see 5 of the cells. There's already a 2.
I like counting.
We could put battleships in. That's a good idea.
I like counting the cells that these things don't see. That's a good way of thinking of this.
Yeah, I had not thought of it that way before, but it is very useful.
Yeah, we learned that from Canty's puzzle by the end of it.
We have to avoid a 2x2 in row 7, column 2.
Oh, yeah.
Jacob makes that joke all the time when we're solving.
It never gets old. It never gets old.
The joke kind of stems from the fact that I forget so many things, and a lot like the basic rules for puzzles, and a lot of times I don't know if a puzzle has a 2x2 rule in it or not, and so I make the deduction and wait for Woofer to tell me that this puzzle doesn't have a 2x2 rule, and I go, oh.
I think at one point Woofer sent me a picture of a mid-solved Berlin and asked what to do, and I pointed out that there was a 2x2 rule. I think that was the that was the thing. I don't know how you could forget one of the 78 rules of Berlin, but
we missed the cave rule.
That was the cave rule. Yeah. Okay, it was the cave rule. I remember it was one of them, and then you were like, "Oh, well, that does a lot."
I think I agree with Caravan's point.
Yeah, so if this is some new color, because I don't think it can be blue. So if it's not purple, it's a new color. And then purple has to get out.
Yeah, and they both end up... The important thing is that row 2, column 4 ends up escaping to the right, and then row 1, column 2 and row 1, column 6 end up being the same.
Yep.
I mean, it probably also breaks row 2. It's just for the same reason.
I agree. It does make row 1, column 2 and row 6, column 2, and row 1, column 6 the same.
So this is purple, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
And hence it's a 2, which places the 2 in green.
And that gives us another 2.
It's a lot of 2s. trying to figure out if there's like any of these arrows that would create a 1 if we or would create a problem geometrically if we put a 1 in one of the like bilateral arrows, but I don't see any, but it feels like the sort of thing that might happen.
The row 6 column 2 one can only be 1 or 3, right?
That's
'Cause
true.
it sees a max of 4, but the region has 2 and 4 in it.
Yep. I was gonna say, so that means row 9 column 2 is definitely a different color, but it does not mean that.
Oh, because if it's a 1, then you can have like a I see.
Yeah, you could have like a C. Yeah.
I see. Well, that's unlucky.
Column numbers are cut off a little bit. Let's see. Yeah. Oops. Wrong button. I don't want to make our cameras too small. But there you go.
One is only in 2 places in row 2. I don't know if that can possibly be useful, but it seems like it's the sort of thing that might be useful in some horribly cruel step.
Yeah, I think this is kind of weird, but if purple doesn't take row 2 column 6, what happens?
This?
So then it needs to escape through row 1 column 6, and then row 1 column 6 is the same as row 1 column 2.
Huh.
Yeah.
And also purple is not 9 cells, right?
Well, regardless, I think the argument is
yes. The argument definitely works.
fine.
Yeah, that has
so
to be
this
purple.
is purple.
Right.
And so now row 2 column 5 is definitely purple.
Is there a reason?
If it's pink, it's a 2. And pink already has a 2.
Oh.
And if it's
nice.
not pink, then purple
Yeah.
has a problem.
Yep. So it's purple.
And then pink
And so
needs
pink
to
gets
escape a little
out
bit.
2.
Scoot.
Has
Okay,
8 now.
Right, so it can't take this.
Or that'd be a 2.
Yeah.
Yep. And so row 3 column 2 is now only a something or a something.
7 or 8?
7 or 8
Yeah.
sounds right, yeah. For our very random pair much later in the puzzle.
Yeah.
So if this is not purple, then these will both be the same, I think.
Isn't that what happens if row 1 column 5
Or
isn't
this
purple?
one.
Yeah. Row 1 column 5 is definitely
Yeah,
purple.
so I think row
this
1 column
this one
5,
is purple.
Right.
Right.
I'm not
right.
completely sure about this one.
Yeah, agreed.
The row 1 column 2 cell now though is pretty restricted because it already sees 4 and it can't be more than 6 because there's 3 purple cells already it doesn't see. And
it's
there's
not a 5.
Right, there's a 5 in the row, so it's only 4 or 6.
So
So
either
those
this
two are the
does
so,
end
so you can put a
here-
red line between those 2 cells.
Right, these
between
two.
row 1 column 6 and row
Yep.
1 column 7.
Yep. These two are the same region.
Oh, well, does that mean there's a problem if they're not purple? Are we saying the same thing? Because if those aren't purple, then purple extends through
Yeah,
row 2,
row
column
2.
7, and that's going to be a
That's
huge
cool.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Right.
if row 2, column 7 is purple, those ones above aren't purple, but then that's 2 4s in purple.
Right.
Oh, unless this one could be a 5.
No, they're-
unless this one
It
could be a
extends
5.
again. It
it
extends
extend.
again.
Yeah, it takes row 2,
Right, it
column
would
7
extend
and
again.
8.
So it
and
would
then
be a 5.
2 5s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, it would be 2 5s, right?
Because that finishes
So-
the region, and yeah.
So
So
these
they're both
are,
purple.
or at least this is purple.
They're both purple because we can't have a 5 in row 1, column 2.
Yep. And does that end purple? Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And makes that in, yeah, you can fill in all the things in purple, I suppose. I was going to say you can fill in one of them. We can just fill in all of them now.
So
Right.
that's a 6. This is a 7.
Yeah, and then a
Yeah.
4.
Mhm.
4.
Placing, oh, not quite. Yeah, placing the 4 in green.
Yep. In
Oh, yeah.
row 5, column 2.
Yes.
So the the one in row 2, column 7 is a 3, right? It can't be a 1 because it'd be a 1-cell region, and then there's a 2 in the row.
Oh, nice.
Yep, it's a 3, which gets
And
us a
then-
whole bunch of region.
So
Because yeah. Oh. Yeah.
so that makes these all a region,
Yeah, and
Mhm.
the ones above for that.
and the ones above it.
And I guess the 1 is just a 3 in column 7, right?
Yes.
And now row 2, column 8 can't be a 4 because there's a 4 in the row, so that red extends down.
Oh, and where did 2 and 4 go in row 1 points out.
Oh, nice.
Sayori.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Right,
what
nice
extends where?
Row 8, column 2, sorry, row 2, column 8 cannot be a 4, so red extends down, which is going to let
And-
us finish pink.
Yep.
Right.
So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So
So pink finishes.
Yeah, and that red is gonna extend one more because there's already a 3 in red.
Yep, that's true.
Yep.
Row 3, column 8 can't be 3.
Yeah, and row 3,
Or-
column 2
Or 4,
is...
actually.
Oh, yeah.
The 2 4 pair.
Yep.
Row 3, column 2 is a 7 by the clue
Right.
in pink.
Row 5, column 9 is not red because it would make red 10 cells. Or 11 cells? Would it make red 11 cells? It would make
Well, it's
red
at
11
8 right
cells.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, so neither that nor row 4, column 9 are red.
Right. So that's a new region.
The row 5, column 7 is also not red. Because it would be a 2 then, right?
Yep.
And there's a 2 in the row and in red also, I guess.
So all we get is a border here. We don't know what color this
Right.
is.
Chad is incredibly enthusiastic about filling in the 5 in purple. You can use that as a carrot to motivate him to behave well.
So row 2, column 8 is either 7 or 8, and then the one below that is either 5 or 6.
Oh, there is also the thing you said earlier, Zeta, the 1 in row 2, right? It's placed now.
Yep, it is.
Oh yeah.
Orange probably gets out into row 6.
Or it could stop.
Unless there's a real big S cell that has like 7 digits in it.
So I guess
Sayori
that's
thinks-
at least 3.
Sayori thinks this is orange because of 2 in row 3. We haven't put a 2 in row 3.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can place that and then
And-
it makes it orange.
It has to be here.
Yep.
That's gonna finish red.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll go like that.
Yeah.
And
And then
that's
orange is gonna have to
red,
extend
and
for
these
multiple
are
reasons.
Orange.
That was a good spot.
That was a good spot.
And the 2 looks
Do your
like,
Sven.
Of course. Yeah.
Do my Sven. Yep.
I guess
And
the
now count
orange.
count.
And now we can.
Oh,
This is an
Yeah.
8 now.
It's an 8 and a 6.
Yep.
that orange clue in column 9 now is at least 5, but it can't be more than 7. So that's only 5, 6, or 7.
And you can place 8 in green if you would like.
Could probably pencil mark the rest of row 2.
Yeah, I think now
3, 6, 7.
6,
No,
yeah.
I'm
6,
wrong.
7, 9.
I do this all the time when I'm solving. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
So-
9 in row 2, column 2.
Yeah.
It always leads to such confusion when you pencil mark 3 cells and you're like, wait, now the puzzle's broken because you like, ruled 3 out of every cell that you've pencil marked. Like Sven sees that you can't put 3 in all of them, but somehow you put 3 in them.
What is the largest possible value of this cell? Is
Oh, yeah.
a cute point from Martin.
Just the 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
You
it
should
gets us
probably
that
pencil
border.
red as well, because red only has 3 digits left.
Also, row 4, column 4 is just the 3 now, right?
Oh, yeah, true.
That's true.
That the row 5, column 7 cell now is at least 5, so it can only see 3 in the row. So
Oh,
it
yeah.
goes down at least 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess we don't know what color it is, so we might have to use the red line.
Yep.
We're
strat.
back to the lines.
The return of the line.
Yep. And we also get this.
I think it's 5, 7, 9.
Maybe
that go
not.
in red.
Sorry, what? Oh,
I
yeah.
think it's 5, 7, 9 that go in red.
The rest
Yes.
of the column
And so,
is
yeah, the
1,
rest of the
3,
column.
4.
Yeah.
Yep. 1, 3, 4 for the
Oh,
rest.
I
of
got
the
it right
column.
this time.
The bottom one can't be a 4 also.
Oh,
Yep. For
For,
multiple reasons.
Yeah. I was just
yeah.
Wow, Sven sees that can't be 4 cells.
so smart.
Sven CC conflict checker. Column
So
1 and
that
2
cell's not
also.
orange for whatever it's worth. Row 9, column 8. Oh, maybe it could be orange. Could be an orange 1. Never mind. It might be able to be an orange 1.
Mhm.
I was thinking it couldn't be 3 if it's orange, but it could I think be. I think it could just get away with being an orange 1.
Column 1 only has 6, 7, and 9 left. If we want to.
Good spot,
mark
and that's
that.
definitely the blue 9 for whatever
Yeah.
it's worth. Very little, I expect. Let's fill in row 1 while we're Sudokuing.
Also, 6 and 8 in pink are a pair.
Yep.
Because of row 3.
Right.
Yep.
And then the rest
So-
of the row is
Yeah.
like 4, 5, 7, 9. Which I think is a little restricted.
4 is only in one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's a.
Yeah,
There's
fair.
a triple, or however you want to look at it. I guess the row 6, column 3 cell is a max of 5, and it sees a 2. So it's just 1, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, someone in chat pointed out row 9, column 4 is at least 5 by Sudoku, but could it be blue? Just barely.
It'd have to be exactly 5.
Oh, I think that's actually broke. No, it's not.
It can't be more than 8, so it's 5, 6, 7, 8, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
Might end up
want
being
us to
broken
say
by
this
where
isn't
2 is.
5.
And row 9.
Yeah, it's not 5 because then it would be the same as this.
Oh, right. Yeah. Nice spot.
Good.
Well, do we want to mark row 6, column 7 then as well? Since that's up to 4 and it sees 2 and 3.
Oh, right. So there's just a 1, 3, 4 triple then, right?
Yeah.
That's not a 3.
Oh yeah, so now you can pencil mark. I mean, I guess the point is now row 6, column 4 is at least 5, and so that's
Right.
going to force it to be in the same region as the cell below it. I think. Do we agree with that, or did I lie? No, it can't take all of the things in the row. So it takes
Right.
everything
The-
in the row. That creates all this problem. So it's at most
problem
4 in a
is-
row.
Look up.
Yeah, the
look.
problem is it could go up. So I think it
Oh.
could just be 5 and
And then look
not
up,
come down?
yeah. No, if it goes up, what happens to blue? Oh, maybe it is blue?
I think
No, that doesn't work. I think.
I think a
Oh
way
no, it
that
could go left. Never mind. Okay, this is. I think it's probably true, but it's not worth fighting for.
because I can see it if it takes the 1 in row 5 and then takes the left row 6 from the left all the way up to the red line we have in column 7, and then it is a
Oh.
5 and finishes, then the blue escapes down the right side.
Well, you know what's weird is I don't know if this is useful, but if row 6, column 4 is if it like exceeds 2 cells up, then it can't see the cell to the left of it because you would have 1, 3, 4.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah.
If this is blue, yeah. If this is blue, then yeah, it can't take the cell that's 1, 3, or 4.
Maybe there's a better place to look than this because this is getting a little complex.
That seems like an elegant point that's going to be useful after we make another deduction.
Right.
Kurban claims that one of these has to be a 1. So if neither of these was a 1, yeah, that doesn't work. So one of these is
Right.
a
Yeah.
1,
That's very smart.
So that places the
So-
3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
and these are all light blue. Very nice.
And so the middle 3 cells of that string are all in one region. So you can put a red line through there.
Agree.
Yeah, and also there's a border below row 8, column 2 because of the 3. So that's another
Yes.
region.
Right. And those cells are a triple if we want to do the Sudoku. for
In
it.
column 2.
Yeah, column 2. 1, 5, and 8.
Yeah, great.
Interestingly,
fair
that
enough.
1, 5, 8 in row 9, column 2 is going to have to go in column 3 or 4 in blue.
Hmm.
It can't go
Okay.
in column 1.
I think Garyon has a good point. That's
Yeah,
easy
if
to see.
if this is 1, then these are all the same,
Well, also the 3 on the right become the same because it's a 4.
and that, and
Yeah.
now that, and now blue only has 3 cells or 6 cells.
Right.
So this is
That's the
A
4.
4.
Making that a 1 over there, and you can draw in some borders. And this 4 is definitely not blue because blue already has a 4. So let's go ahead and give this 4 a new color.
The blue
And
has
keep in mind, that 4 is that yellow extends. Yeah.
So the blue region has to go down column 7, right?
Yeah.
Because it can't be part of yellow since it has a 4.
Yeah, and then that
Yep.
1 now becomes yellow because of that.
Yeah. So yeah.
And row 5, column 6 is also blue.
And so is row 5, column 5.
Yeah,
because it
because of
can't
the
be
border.
yellow.
Can't be yellow. And what else is it going to be?
Right. So now I think blue needs 1 more cell, right? And it has to be row 7, column 6,
Or
Ha! Yep.
because that's at least a 2, right? And
It's a
if
one.
it-
It's
and
not
it
a 1,
can't
3,
get
or a
the
4.
1, 3, 4. Yeah,
Right,
Okay,
Yep.
that's cute.
Beautiful.
I thought maybe when you first started talking about like the 1, 3, 4s there, and I saw that 1, 3, 4 triple in column 8, I had like
Yeah.
a suspicion that maybe there was going to be
Yeah.
Something with that.
But yeah, basically the logic here is row 7, column 7 can't be a 1, so it needs to extend, and that'll be the last blue cell. So that makes that cell a 2. But then if it extends to the right, blue already has a 1, 3, and a 4. So it's broken. So
That's
it needs
very
to
cute.
see itself
That's
to the
very
left.
cute.
Yep.
And then that gives us the 5 in blue on that
Yep.
4-way clue.
Yep.
And the rest of blue, I guess, is 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep.
The 7's
And we know where the 7 goes, kind of.
right, 2 spots for 7 in column 5.
Pointed out that we have this pair now.
Oh, nice.
So we have another pair. Thank you, Ron.
So now, row 9, column 7 now sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's at least a 6.
Interesting.
And I guess also row 9, column 6 is only 1 or 2, right?
And so
Yeah.
it must absorb the thing to its left and maybe 2 things to its left, because if you go just up and right, you can get to a maximum of 4. So it's got to take at least 2 things to the left. So all of those are in the same region.
Yep.
All right.
Good mark. And you can put a 6, 7, 8, 9 there.
And so now that can't be orange, right? Because that would give orange, even if you connect it,
Yeah.
like it would be like 10 cells or something.
Yes, there are definitely plenty
11.
of cells that this does not see in orange.
Right.
And now row 9, column 6 either is only a 1 or a 2, and we will probably know which it is if we try and
I
make
like
it
Garion's point about row 9, column 8. If that's a 3, then all of those are in the same region, and then orange.
and now
has to take
orange has
them.
10 cells.
Yeah.
Right.
So as I said, we now know that row 9, column 6 is a 2. It's like, I'm sure if we consider the universe where this is a 1, something bad's going to happen.
Right. So, and that makes the cell with the tree in it green.
Yep. Green tree. Love to see it.
So natural.
That cell's
It's
holding
true.
up so far. That's good.
Oh, the
Orange does need a 1, and this is the only place it can get it.
Yep.
right. Yep.
Okay, so that's going to force green to go a bajillion cells to the left, more or less, because now green can get a maximum of 4 cells if it takes the cell above it, and then so it's got to take at least those 2.
So then
And
And
also
now-
takes at least those 2. It must.
And now,
take
if
the
it takes
other
this one, it has to take this one.
Yeah, I
Right.
think we can actually do column 8 because of the border with the 1.
Yeah, it has to take row 9, column 2 is the point, because now otherwise that's its own region of 1 cell with every digit in it, and that would break row 6, column 2.
So how many cells does green have?
We can, if we do row 8, column 8.
How many
that
cells
has to
does
be
orange
green.
have? That's the more interesting.
Yeah,
1,
orange
2,
needs
3,
1 more,
4.
and it needs to be
So
row
it has to be
7.
this one.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the other one's green.
Yes.
And that cell's a 4 by the
Yep.
question, where does 4 go in orange?
Yes.
And green also has 9 cells too, so you can put borders around that.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And so then I guess the arrow clues are done in it. We can just count
Yep.
those.
Yep.
6 and 7 going
Yep,
from
sounds
left.
right.
Yeah.
And so the yellow and blue take everything else. We have 9 regions.
Yep. So these have to be yellow for sure. Blue can't get over here.
Right.
Yeah.
Guess that orange clue in row 6,
yeah,
column 9
yeah.
is a 7. Yeah.
Mhm. And then the last clue that we haven't pencil marked is 5, 6, or 7, but it's not 7 because of Sudoku. Oh, and
It's
it's
not
not
6
6
because
so it's
of
just 5.
Sudoku.
Okay.
So it's 5.
Well, that's going to
which-
do the regions then.
Yeah.
Yep. Because now that cell is light blue under it because there's
Yeah,
nothing
and then
else
it needs to
can be.
connect to blue. But blue only has 2 more cells.
Yep. Da 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 da.
So, and yellow has to
Yep.
finish. Color dance.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah, it was already 7 cells to answer
Yeah.
Ron in chat.
So I
So
guess
now
red,
where is 1 in column 3? There's only one place. I've been eyeing this for forever, so we're gonna have to we're gonna oh crap, there's 2 because it could go in purple or pink. It could go in purple or purple. I was
Yeah, we
noticing
are.
the red region's done. You can do the sudoku 9.
Yeah.
The 9 is placed, which does 7 above it, and then 5, which gives you a 9, and then
7
a
to the left.
Yeah.
This is 6 or 8 for the row.
what is the pair in row 6? I think it's a 6-8.
Yeah. We can also
Okay,
pencil mark.
So this is
sorry.
going to be crazy, but so the 9 in blue is in row 5.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, if you take, so then the 9 comes out of blue in row 7, which
Yep.
gives you a 6-8 pair in the column.
Nice.
Places the
And
9, yeah.
Places the 9, yeah.
Which feels like cheating. So only 1 digit left in column 6. We might be able to figure out what it is. Oh no, there's 2. Never mind. Sorry, we should not figure out what they are.
Still 1, 3 though.
There's 3.
But I now know where the
It's
3
done.
goes in row
The column
9.
is done. Column 6. It's a 1-3 pair, and there's a 3 in row 8.
Yeah.
Can't do that yet. Not allowed.
Wait,
That's
isn't it the
rules.
other way around?
It is the other way around.
Okay.
Congratulations to all the 1-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true, and may you place 3 in row 9, column 9.
Right.
1 in column 3 now.
And also, yeah, row 8, column 7 is now a 4. Because 4 needs to go in green somewhere, and that's the only place.
And 1 in column 3.
Yeah, I think it's
There.
just there.
Row 3, column 7 is a naked 9, I believe. It's a 6, 8, or 9 by the column, but it sees 6 and 8 in the row.
Well, it also
That
sees 6 and
finishes
8
that.
in the.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that
that
finishes
region.
purple and 6, and that does
Pink
8.
just needs a 4-5 in the orders known.
Fancy.
Column 5 needs 2 and 9.
And we
Yeah,
have
that's
order.
also resolved because of the green 2.
Right. 2, 9.
And we could just mark the puzzle. And that's a 7. That's an 8.
8 looks right. Does all the 6s and 8s.
Oh, yep, I see it.
Many 6s and 8s.
8, 6, 8, 8, 6. That's
This
a 9.
Yep.
is a 9.
There's a
Yep.
6. Yep. 7, 9.
6
And then-
and our 6 and 7 back in green. Woohoo! Very nice.
We
Yeah.
solved the puzzle.
And in 48 minutes too for a puzzle of that sort is very nice. I very much appreciate the fact that there was not a lot of horrible irregular at the end of that. That was very smooth.
Yes.
I don't even know how necessary that crazy 6, 8, 9 in blue, 9 in row 5 thing. You probably didn't even need to do all that complicatedness. There's
Probably
probably
not.
Very nice puzzle, Dre.
Yeah, that was really good.
Shall we take another break and then
Yep.
return and do another puzzle?
Another quick break.
Alrighty, we will be back shortly.
See you soon. We are back, everyone, with this KNT. Oh, I meant to ping KNT and I didn't, so let me do that. There we go.
Is this grid 11 by 11?
Yep.
Okay. I was trying to decide if it was 10 by 10 or 12 by 12, and then I counted it twice and got 11 both times. It's like, wait a minute.
I think the only odd number grid size you should be allowed to use is 9 by 9.
Unless you're doing a J. Dyer deconstruction, in which case you're allowed to do 11 by 11.
So, we blacken some cells, although, should I make my gray more black?
Gray is fine, I think.
We personally used blue, but because it's Nurikabe, but I'm cool with doing shaded and unshaded.
Well, it will make my brain work better if we
All
make
right,
them shaded and unshaded. But you can make it a blue black and then make everyone happy.
I'm very much
yeah. So all the clues are shaded.
We could make. So what color should we make the?
Green for island.
Yeah.
/ for unshaded.
There, and just do green and gray like that.
I think that works. It can be very polluted water for those people who would like it to be water.
I mean, I can change colors. It's fine.
I mean, I'm just used to thinking about it in terms of shading, but a lot of people like the water version. And if you want to do green and blue, I'm more than happy for you to do green and blue. Because that blue might look very nice next to that green. Who knows? Like the blue right above it.
That blue or that blue?
Can you write numbers in that blue, or is that blue not really numerable? Not really. Okay, the light blue then. The light blue.
Are we using that for islands? Because the shaded cells don't have numbers.
Right. The light blue is the water, so there's right. So we could use the dark blue,
Yeah.
right? Because we're not going to write numbers in it anyway. Right. Okay. So yeah, we can use the nice dark blue and the nice green. Okay. It's important to spend at least as much time deciding your colors as solving the puzzle. And I suspect this puzzle is going to take a long time, so we need to spend a lot of time on the color palettes.
Yeah.
Okay, so when it says blacken some cells, that's dark blue.
Or bluening
them.
Bluening some cells.
Right.
Such that all blued cells are orthogonally connected and contain no 2x2s. Okay.
Right.
And then we're going
That's-
to green some other cells, or all the other cells.
Yeah, and the green
placing-
cells all have digits in them from 1 to 8 with no
Yep.
repeats in rows and columns.
Okay,
Um,
and let's see. Our conflict checker, yeah, that should work.
Hopefully it works.
I think chat can see all the clues. It looks like chat can.
Oh, it's a good question. Can I see all the clues? I can. I think I can.
It looks good to me.
I just wasn't sure if I had chat in front of some additional clues. It turned out I did not, but there well could have been extra clues I could not see.
So the other rules is the clues outside the grid are Japanese sum clues for the digits. The ... is the same as in Zeta's Berlin puzzle, where it can be 0 clues, 1 clue, or multiple clues.
I think of that as a Jesper classic, but it may not originate with Jesper, but
Okay.
I think of them as appearing in every Jesper
Groups
puzzle.
of orthogonally connected green clues form islands which do not touch orthogonally, but may touch diagonally. On an island, digits may not repeat, and every island must contain its size as a digit.
Yeah, that's a MIA thing, I guess.
Yep.
I like that rule. It works well.
Outside the grid, we have J-sums clues, which indicate the sum of consecutive green cells in the respective row or column. Each distinct Japanese sum clue is separated by at least one blue cell. For any row or column, either all clues are given or no clues are given. And by the way, for chat, all these rules are in the stream description if you want to see them all at once. Whenever it appears inside or outside the grid, a question mark represents a single-digit number, and a double question mark represents a double-digit number that doesn't start with 0. Outside the grid, ... indicates 0 or more Japanese sum clues. Inside the grid are some clued cells. These cells are all blued.
What did YouTube just do?
What?
I tried to reply to Naverio in chat, and then I typed like an emote, and then it replaced my whole message with the emote.
That is a known bug.
Fun. Okay.
Sometimes if you end a message with an emote, the emote is the only thing that comes through.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Not all the time.
I was just going to say, me and Jacob have already done the second one, so understanding the rules will hopefully be not
So
horrible.
these are all blued.
Yep.
The number of values within a clued cell indicates the number of distinct islands that touch the 8
Are these
cells.
just Tapa clues? Is that what that? No, they
Kind
can't be
of.
Tapa clues.
Kind of.
Because there's a 22.
So
But they tell the
basically,
sums
yeah,
instead of the number of cells it sees.
I see. Okay.
but it's
The
not
sum.
only restricted to that area, it's the sum of the whole island that's touching it. So row 3, column 2 has 3 clues touching it. So there's 3 islands touching it. 2 of them are single digits, and one of them is a 30-something.
I see. Okay.
Yep.
It's a lot.
And can digits repeat on islands?
No repeats on islands. So up to size 9.
Size 8,
Up
right?
to
'Cause
size
Or,
8.
yeah. Okay. That's interesting
Gonna
for
be
the
a-
30-something clue.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the maximum you could get, I guess, would be 36.
Did we get to the rules? I see something. I don't know if
I think...
That's good.
So
I don't.
does everybody in chat understand we kind of went over the clued cells quickly. Do people in chat understand what we just said? Or
think
does
I
anyone in chat
three-fourths
not
understand
understand what we just said?
Well, there's
Kind of-
also an example on LMD.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah, that we could look at.
Uh,
We did solve that puzzle, the example puzzle.
let's see.
But I don't know if we want to do that now.
Example on LMD.
Yeah, it's if you scroll down, it's like right there.
Oh god, that's off screen for chat. Let's see. There we go. Now chat can see the example.
Okay, this example puzzle is helpful in affirming that I actually understand what's happening. At least I think I do.
So you can see like row 2, column 1, for example, has a 7 and a question mark. So the 7 is the sum of the island above it. And then the other island has sum 13. So that's the question mark. And then the clue in row 2, column 3 has the double question mark for the island below it. And then the 2 single question marks for the 1 and the 7 sum.
Excellent. Okay, I think we can do this. I think. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. The clues with just one number are actually really interesting. I don't know if there's any that are not on the edge of the grid in the big puzzle. But because you have to avoid 2x2s, it kind of forces the island to take a lot of the cells around it.
What things do we have to avoid 2x2s in? Is it everything?
Water.
Just water. Islands
okay.
can have 2x2s. Unfortunately, the example doesn't show that.
Yeah, green can have 2x2s, blue cannot have 2x2s.
No.
So the thing that I'm seeing in the top left, the row 3, column 2, and the row 2, column 3 clues, you have to avoid a 2x2, so they have a shared island, right? And the shared island can only be the 30 question mark.
Right.
If that makes sense. Because the row 2, column 3 clues,
There's a green. One of those 2 cells is green, is your point, and
right.
whichever one is green, it's the island that overlaps. And so so there is a green 20-something clue.
Well, the green has to be
a green 30-something clue. Sorry,
just because that's the only one that could satisfy both.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we prove we can't fit the 30-something clue up at the top?
Well, if it comes out this way, and then we have... I don't think we could prove that.
Yeah.
So then we
Sadly,
could fit
I don't
islands
think we can
here and another one here. I don't think we can prove that the 30-something isn't here.
Maybe we have to think about the thing you were talking about, Woofer, because there is a floating double question mark clue in row 10. Is that right?
Yeah, and also, yeah. I don't know what we can do with this, but so the thing, this showed up in the 16x16 puzzle, but basically, like, there's one island around it, and
So
you
all
can't
the
have 2x2s
orthogonal ones have
around
to
it.
be green, is the point?
I think
not
like
quite.
you need at least 5 that are touching it to avoid 2x2s all around it.
Right.
But I don't know if we know which way it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
J40 is correct that if this is the 31, it can't get out down the left. It has to get out over the top. But I'm not sure that
right.
tells us anything that actually does happen. Are there any really restricted Japanese sums clues? We need at least 4 separate sequences in this.
Is there something with the 2 single-digit islands on the row 3, column 2? Because they can't go in too many. They can't be next to the row 2, column 3 cell, right? Because it doesn't have any single-digit islands touching it.
Yes.
Because the thing I'm thinking is in column 1, the first clue in column 1 Japanese sums wise is a double digit value.
Yeah.
Right.
That's interesting.
So
Almost, yeah.
so
So
doesn't
is-
that
So it's probably going to be the 20 from the other island, and it's not going to touch. No, that doesn't work. You can't do that.
I think it means that the single digit clues in around the 30 question mark one only have 4 cells, or actually they only have 3 cells they can go in. The row 4 ones, columns 1, 2, and 3. Because if you put a single digit clue in a single digit island starting in row 3, column 1, you can't fit a double digit Japanese sum above it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So I think
so
we
does
get
that mean they have to be these?
yes. I think it's
Yeah.
those are green and there's a blue separating them. Does that make sense?
Right. Because the single digit one can't touch the other island because the other water clue. Got it. Okay, yes, I believe this. I think.
And it can't be, yeah. So
And that's going to give us the double question mark in column 1 as well.
yeah.
So it has
'Cause
to
it
be
ha-
these 2 cells.
And
Right.
it gives us
and
the
it has to touch row 2, column 2 because we knew they had to have a common island, and we know where it is now.
yeah, the single digit island can't touch row 3, column 3.
So the row 3, column 2 is water.
Row 3, column 3, you mean?
Yeah, row 3, column 3
Yeah.
is water, right? And row 4, column 2 is
Yeah.
water.
Right. So this is really weird with the 30. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, this island has to get out over the top.
Do we know how many? What's 5 through 8 summed together? Do we know how, like, what's the minimum size for this?
It's got to be at least.
That's
It's
Rate
got to
is
be at least 5
26.
cells.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we can.
at
So it
least
has
they're
to
there.
take these 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now we need to fit in the 20 thing, which goes in one of these cells.
Right.
These have to add to a single digit number.
Hmm.
In row 3, there's actually only 1 degree of freedom now for the Japanese sum clues, so I think you can green some cells. Because you need to put 3 clues still.
Right.
So I think that greens
Yep.
column
So
7 and
This one,
Mm-hmm. And then
column 7.
yeah,
this
one
one.
more to the one.
Oh,
more
one to the left. Yeah.
Yep, that one.
Yep. Agree. Because of the wiggly wobbly thing, as I think about it.
Yeah.
We have to make sure we don't put so much green in row 1 that we break the ability to make the question mark 6 clue, especially given that we probably want this sum to be double digit, so it's not the single digit sum. It will certainly be double digit if we put an extra green in row 1. So
I think it's going to be double digit either way. Because either we have an extra green here, or these have to be pretty darn high.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
right.
6
The
plus
minimum
8,
is 5 through 7. 5 plus 6
Right.
plus 7.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is
Yeah, there's
definitely double digits. We need to fit at least 2 more clues in this row.
And a question mark 6 is always at least 3 long. So when we're calculating, so we need at least 3 for the so we're really running through all of our cells because I can't
Yeah,
get
I
to a
think-
clue ending in 6 in 2 cells. So it's at least 3. Then I've got at least 3 here. The single digit one has to be at least 1. That only leaves us 1 wiggle.
One extra cell.
Isn't it 2 extras? It gets up to here, right? I think that cell.
So
is
I
green.
think this cell is
Oh,
green.
You have to keep in mind the question mark 6 is at least 3.
Yeah, but even like you
I
have
thought
3 plus 1 plus 3.
Yeah, so that's only one extra cell.
right.
'Cause-
There's only 8. I think we might be thinking of different.
Oh, we're
things.
not talking about the same thing. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was
So-
thinking of the positions in the grid.
Mm.
Right.
Right.
So I think
okay.
this cell is green.
Yes. That
I
cell is
agree.
green because of the Okay.
So, is there something weird going on with that top left island? Because, kind of like you said, we have a double-digit clue in column 1, and then a single-digit total in column 2.
Oh yeah, could it possibly even get to 30 something with that? Because what's
Right.
the maximum we can be out of these two columns? The
Sorry,
maximum
where?
we could get is in column 1 and column 2 on that
15
island.
plus 9, right?
15
Yeah.
plus 9 is
Or-
24.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't get there with then add a single digit to that. Can we? Okay, so
That would have to be a 6, I guess. Maybe that does work.
oh, maybe it does just work if that's a 6. Yes, 6, 7, 8, and then 3, 5 would be the way it would work.
And 6 would play
Yeah.
nicely with that clue.
Although, yeah.
Probably the answer.
I don't know. I feel like it's probably not the answer because why would that clue be there if this is what was forced?
Right.
So I feel like by setter uniqueness that 6 tells us that that's not what happens and that the green gets out. But
So based on the vibes, row 1, column 4 is green.
yes, exactly.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this Martin pointing out that this double digit has to actually be the third island.
Oh, true.
Oh, yeah.
So we
okay.
need
Yep.
5 different
So that,
Oh, that does the whole row.
green segments in this row.
Nice spot.
yeah.
Yep.
The row is
So-
forced now.
1,
Blue,
2,
green, blue.
1, 1, 2. Yeah, that forces the entire row.
Very nice.
Right.
So
Nice
Good
spot.
spotting.
blue, green,
Green,
green, blue,
Or
green,
1 green. Yeah.
blue, green, green.
Green.
Thank
So the
you, Martin.
blue-
That was great.
The blue
Yes,
near
excellent.
the middle escapes downward. In column, I can't tell.
Oh,
Column,
yeah.
whatever it is.
7. Column
Here.
7. Right. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the one. Column, whatever it is, exactly.
Here's kind of a weird deduction. So the 22 clue, the cell to the left of it,
Mhm.
what happens if that's blue? Because we know there's only one island touching it.
Right.
So it
Yeah.
tells you that that island now needs to avoid a 2x2.
The
No, islands can have 2x2s.
No, but sorry. If you make that cell blue, just I kind of want to. It's easier if you put it in. I think.
Yeah. If this is blue, then all of these are blue. Is the
Yeah, because
Right,
that
right.
same island
Okay.
can't reach it because it would be too big.
right.
Right. Got it. Yep.
So that's green.
Yeah, and then that forces the 22 to escape downwards, the water.
So those greens there in column 10, right? This is 11 by 11, right? Those greens are a 15 sum because we can't fit a 15 sum above it. That's separate from that one. Since,
Yep.
or I guess, sorry, not 15, question mark. Well, actually it is 15 because
Yeah.
they can't be 25 because
Yeah.
the island. So yeah, I didn't think about that until just now, but it is 15. I should have said question mark 5,
So
but
this-
yeah.
So this does it applies to the whole island that
Yes.
touches it? Okay.
Right.
So it can't be 20.
Right.
Yeah, it
So
can't
those
be 25. So it
digits-
is 15.
Mhm.
Right. So I guess obviously 15 can still be, up to 5 cells, but we do know that there's 7, a sum of 7 total that are not in that stretch.
Yep.
There.
Oh, I guess the top cell of the column can't be green because of that.
This column?
Right, yeah, because it ends up extending down because it's the 15's the first clue in the column. But then
Yep, and then now
those
now
three
it's too many
cells in the
cells.
last column also become green because the water can't escape.
And that's 9
Right.
greens, 10 greens all connected, which is
Right.
And reminder to everyone watching, islands are maximum size of 8 because there are no 9s in this puzzle.
So this
So
is
then
blue, and now blue has
right.
to escape.
right.
Yep, exactly.
Very nice.
Yeah, nice spot.
So now row 2, column 11 can't be blue because it would immediately cause a... Oh, no, it would not immediately cause a 2x2. Sorry. I'm...
Oh, you would need a 1, right?
You'd need a 1 island, yeah, for sure. But
At least in this puzzle, the single cell islands are all ones. Because you solved Kogito's roller coaster Nurikabe recently. That one can have one cell islands that are anything.
Right.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna forget. I don't know how many times that the size of the island is always in the.
I had
in the
already
clue.
forgotten. So.
I keep looking at it only because it means one of the greens has to go down
Right.
in row 4, because one of those greens is not a 1.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe both of them aren't 1. Who knows?
Right. Interesting.
In column 5, the 2 clues sum to a minimum of 30. And so there's only at most 6 total out of those in that column. I feel like is going to be useful at some point.
Oh, yeah, and I guess the one in row 4 is part of the 20 question mark, right? Because we can't fit a 20 question mark above it.
Yeah.
Without connecting to it anyway, because 20 is always at least 3 cells.
Yeah.
So.
I agree.
Row 10, column 4 is green. I feel like this I should have seen a long time ago. Because if it's blue, one of the sides has a blue 2x2 on it.
Could the island wrap around it, though?
Oh, right. The island could do a whole thing. I don't actually know exactly what those clues do when there's an island that wraps all the way around it.
It would need to allow the water to escape, but I think you could have like a U pentomino above it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is possible.
That actually might be broken for a complex chain that I'm seeing.
Oh.
But
It's
the clues
not the intended thing.
The clues in that row are like kind of weird.
So we do have to fit.
You can ignore it.
We do have to fit a 20-something island over here.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's going to have to extend out.
Right.
And actually we can have we can't have much of the 20-something island in column 4 because we actually need to fit 20-something of the 20-something islands in column 5.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
So
that's an excellent point.
Does that green have to go up 1 then? Since it's always connecting to that 20-something island? Because that 20-something island,
yes.
Right? Okay. Yeah.
I believe that.
The 20-something island can't stay just in column 4.
Right.
So it does go to column 5.
Right.
But then at some point...
It's a part of the first sum. Right. So the green goes up by at least 1.
Right, because we can't fit a 20-something clue entirely separate from that.
And that gets rid of our degree of freedom in row 3.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so this is green.
Yeah.
And now if we look at row 3...
That's the first question mark.
Right, and so
Which could extend left, but
yep, we don't know about that. But
Yeah, if
then,
that cell is
extend
green,
right.
then it's a problem.
so this is blue.
Yeah,
yep,
that extends to the right.
And
And then
this is green.
Yep.
Right.
And then we get a blue and then another green on the right.
And then the blue in column 6, row 3 goes up for
Right.
connectivity stuff. Yep, that one.
What about column 8? I think that column's getting a little restricted. It needs 4 clues. Or the column with the question mark, 6 and 6.
Yep. I think that is
because at
column
least
8. I was just highlighting.
yeah.
it's getting at most 1 clue above that blue.
Yeah, and my thinking is, what if it doesn't get what if there's only 1 clue above that, the water clue there?
Then yeah, that's going to be very forcing.
I think it's broken because of the 2 6s. Because you can't fit 3 single cell clues down there.
Right, you'd have to have right, that's gorgeous. Okay, very nice.
Because one of the 6s is a 2-cell sum at least.
Right.
Gotcha.
So the point of that is row 1, column 9 is green, and
yeah, and then there's
2, column 9 is blue.
Column 8, I guess. Yeah.
Explain that to me again.
So imagine there's only 1 island above that blue in this column.
Yeah.
Then what does the rest of the column look like? It goes green, blue, green, blue, green. And so now you have 2 single cell islands that sum to 6, which is a problem because that's putting 2 6s in a column, and we're not allowed to do that.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, just generally for Japanese sums puzzles, whenever I see the same number repeated in a row or column, that's like sirens going off. And
Right.
KNT uses that like all the time. It's like half of his break-ins.
So
we do
that's
need
green.
2. Yeah. We need 2 islands above the water clue.
so that gives us a green and a blue.
Yep.
My contention now is that green that we have there in row 1 that we just got the green cell has to be the question mark 6, because we already know the one on the left isn't the single digit sum, right? In row 1, column 1 to row 1, column 3, because it's part of a 30 something sum island. If that,
I think like the easiest way is the question mark 6 is at least 3 cells based on what
Right.
we said earlier.
right?
And
Yeah,
you can't fit 3 cells that aren't the 2 greens that we have right there.
that's the better way to describe it. Thank you.
So we have this that
And
is
that's
not
the- single
digit, so we need to fit.
It might just force the rest of the.
I think it does.
It's going to give us a
Row.
1 2 4 triple, I believe, is what's going to happen.
So
Yeah, we need a 3 cell sum and then a single digit sum. 3 cells or more.
Yeah.
So it just forces the rest of the row.
Yes.
The only thing we don't know is if the final column has a green or not in it, I guess.
Yeah, agreed.
So that's green, that's blue, that's green, that's blue.
Mm-hmm.
And now
Now
we know a lot about this island.
5.
Yep.
Wait.
It has to sum to 30 something. In
And
5
have a
cells.
5 in it.
And have a 5 in it.
It's 4
It's 4,
through
5.
8. Yeah,
4
4,
through
5,
8.
6, 7,
Ah,
8
yeah.
is 30 exactly.
It's 30
Yeah,
exactly.
so
I did the math earlier and forgot.
So the 4 and the 5 we know because they're the single digit sum in column 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
yeah.
Then
And now
So that pulls 4 and 5 out of the
this-
rest of them.
Oh, and no 9s.
No
No
nines,
nines.
of course.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry.
Okay.
but everything else seems okay.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, I guess we can actually prove that the column 11 cell in row 1 isn't green. Oh wait, it could be a green 1, I guess, by itself. Never mind.
Really easy deduction. In column 5, the green's 20-something cell is not a one-sum clue, or is not a one-cell clue.
Yeah.
Oh, so the water connects to the right there.
Oh, and that
Yep.
row
Gives us
3,
both of those.
row
Right,
3,
yeah.
column 4 needs to be green because we need another island touching the row 2, column 3 clue.
Yes.
Right. And now the blue below that gets out.
Yep.
And
row 4, column 4.
there's a lot of blues that all the blues
Yeah.
in row 4 need to get out downwards.
Oh yeah, true. All those blues. Row 4, column 2, 4.
Why does row 4,
And
column 2 have
nine.
to get out? I get that row 4, column 4 is a
'cause
bay, so it
it's
certainly has to get
disconnected.
out. Oh, right, it is
Yeah,
disconnected.
it's just
You're right. Okay, yeah. So
it's
all
hard
these
to see
blues
what
are there.
the yeah.
Yeah.
That gets out. That gets
that
out.
gets out.
Yeah, and on the
then
right.
the one in
Column
wherever
9.
that is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. Go team.
Indeed. And also we know that row oh, never mind. I was going to say something that was going to result in pencil marking a cell with 1 through 8. Which is not going to be super helpful.
Here's something interesting. The question mark 3 in the middle of row 3 is that I can see Wolf was nodding. I don't know if he was seeing this thing, but you can't have a 3 in there, right?
Right.
Isn't it just 5, 8, or 6, 7?
Right.
Is it-
Yeah. 5, 8, or 6, 7, right?
I was looking at the same thing.
So therefore there is a 3 or a 4 in row 4, column whatever that is.
Yeah.
I guess it could be below it.
It can't because that island is 3 single question marks. The blue clue. So they actually can't connect.
Right. So that immediately gives us a blue. If we start that with that deduction, that makes life much easier.
Right.
So start with that.
Okay.
Blue can't go down because if blue goes down, it touches an island and then it breaks the island clue because that island only touches single-digit island sums. And a 4-cell island would not sum to a single-digit number.
Right.
Yeah.
You mean
So
green
with the fact
can't
that
go
that's
down.
blue. Yeah, green can't go down.
Yeah.
You said
So
blue
that's
can't
blue.
go down. And I got very confused.
And so now the question is, where does the 3 go on this island, given that it needs a 3, and we know where it goes? It goes there because it's not part of a 3 clue.
And then we can probably pencil
And then
mark
we can
those
do
as...
our digit dance for our 3. Boop-a-doo. Woo! Boop-a-doo. Woo!
Yeah, that
I'm seeing more things.
yeah. Because the question mark is just green, blue, green, blue, green, right?
Yeah, and
With
also avoiding 2x2s. Yeah.
Yep.
right.
2 ways to see it.
Right.
But yeah,
Oh,
could we
there's
pencil
so
mark
much.
the 5 through 8 in row 3, just so we don't forget? On the
And the-
question mark 3 sum.
That one.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the pencil mark around the question mark thing in column, I think that's 8. You know exactly where the islands are.
Yeah.
Go down to row 6.
The water clue in that
Yeah.
column.
You know exactly what that looks like.
Because you need 3 islands around it, and they can't touch. So it's left, right, and below.
Yeah.
And the one on the right can't connect to the greens over there because it's a 22.
Correct.
Yeah,
so then it's just a
one.
1. Yeah.
Where?
The right island, if there's
Around
a
that.
green to the right of it, then it becomes 22, but it needs to be a single digit number. So it needs to just have water to the right of it and be a single island. That's a 1.
Yep. Because that island sums to 22. Yeah. Okay, and so that is a 1.
And that forces the island to the left to escape by 1, which actually makes the water come out a lot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that water just goes out to there. Nice. Very nice. Oh, I guess in row 1, that island, this question mark 6-1, the third island there, has to have a 3 in it, which now can only go in 3 spots.
Well, 2 spots, right?
Or 2, or yeah, sorry, 2 spots is what I.
Yeah, the
meant to
island
say.
in row 1, that's 3 cells, needs
yes.
its size. So the 3 is in the left or the right cell.
Carl pointing out that this needs to be the 5 or the 6 or it's too big.
Right.
So
Yeah.
this is the 7 or the 8.
I agree.
It being a 6 would be very nice for the column because it would force the rest of the column geometry.
Yeah.
Oh, it being a 6 would just break the column geometry.
Right.
Oh, no, not quite.
Or actually,
No, I don't think it does quite break the column geometry, unfortunately.
we know that I think the one below the question mark has to extend downward, because it can't be a single 6 by itself, because it wouldn't have its size in it. In that same column where we have the 3, the one directly
Yes.
below the question. Yeah, that
I
can't.
agree.
Oh,
It has
Yes.
to be
nice spot.
two-digit things.
At least.
Right.
Well, could it be?
It can't be 1, 2, 3 because we have the 3 in the.
Wait,
Why can't we have a 6 below that? A single 6.
yeah,
It does need to
I-
extend down though, for sure.
That one can't
That's-
be a single 6.
Yeah.
Right.
that
one's
one
still
can't
green.
be a single 6. Okay, that much.
And then
I-
it can't go any further down. Right.
Right.
So you do still get the blue below it, because you can't do 1, 2, 3 adding the 6.
Correct.
Yeah.
So blue below that.
But then we don't know for sure what's going on after that.
So that's blue is the point, Tristan.
Which? Oh, this one.
Yeah, that's
That's blue.
yeah.
Because otherwise we'd need a 1, 2, 3, 6 sum.
So this is 3 and 2 cells that add
Oh,
to
that's
10.
cool. Okay.
Mm,
The
3 and 2
video.
Oh,
cells
no,
add to
this is-
13.
3, 6, 7 doesn't work.
Sorry, this is 3 and 2 cells that add to 13.
Right.
And 3, 6, 7 doesn't work.
Yeah.
That
Beautifully
breaks,
spotted.
Wow. Nice
breaks
spot.
this. So this
So it's
is
3, 5,
3,
8.
5, 8.
And
That
that
does so
resolves a bunch of
much.
stuff over there.
Yeah, that looks left. And the
And
4,
resolved.
5s are resolved as well.
Yeah.
Yes, 6 is the weird X sum problem. So if you try and make this 22 island have sum 6, it would need to be exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, which does not contain a 6.
And
So it does
7
not extend.
And 7 cells is too big. So these are just
No,
Right.
nope. You just put a 2 by 2 of blue. That's
Right.
blue. The thing above it's green.
Yeah.
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
blue, this is green,
a
and it's a
1.
1.
Okay.
Right.
That's cool.
And the thing we said earlier is true, right? Where the 3 cells sum to 15, so the 2 cells sum to 7.
Yep.
Right.
Yes.
So they're 2, 5 or 3, 4.
And then the 3, 4 can only go one way.
Yeah, so we can pencil mark that.
Does that affect our ways to sum to 15 in 3 cells? And we know we need a 5 somewhere in there.
Oh, pointing septuple in row 1.
Oh,
Nice.
the 2.
So just a naked 2.
Yeah.
So 3 cells that sum to 20 now have to be 5, 7, 8.
Could it be?
Oh, it's
6,
5.
7.
Yeah, sorry, 5, 7, 8 or 6, 7, 8 because it's 20 something.
You can still mark that. I
Wait.
think.
Why do I assume I have to? Where did I get? Oh, somehow in my brain I made this a 22 as well. If this was a 22, I'd know what it was, but it's not a 22.
Hmm.
Oh, so there are more options.
Yeah. So
Yeah, these
there's a
add
20
to at
question
least
mark.
18.
Yeah.
That's a little more flexible, I think.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can even not put an 8 in it, and it's fine.
Dang.
Let's see. These need to be double digit. These need to be double digits. This has to be on the high end.
Oh yeah.
This can
It's
be
at least 6.
So this, yeah. I mean, that means this one can't even be. No, it could be 5, but this one's at least 6.
Right.
Yep.
6, 7, 8. Okay.
In row 6, I don't think this does anything, but the question mark 0 clue is not the green on the right because that's a single digit sum.
Right.
Or like, yeah, that one. So we
Not
still
that
need to fit at least 2 cells to the left of it.
That is true.
Right.
Yep.
I think there's no way that row 1, column 8 is a 5 because I think we always use a 5 in column 8 in either the 5 2 cells below that, or if that's a 6, then we need a 1 5 below it.
That makes sense.
So either that cell 2 below it is a 5, that's one universe, in which case that's not a 5, or the cell 2 below it's a 6, in which case then we need 2 2-cell sums to 6, which are 2 4 and 1 5. So in other words, it's
Right.
always an 8 in row 1, column 8.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
I'm seeing something that's a little less wild, maybe.
Oh,
Row 7, we can look at those clues. So the thing is, we need to fit a question mark and a double question mark at the start of the column. So what happens if the first question mark is the green that we already have?
oh, it blocks off the blues
Right.
in column 10 and 11.
Right. Yeah.
You'd put 2 greens in row 7, column 10 and 11,
Yep.
and then the blue with the 22 can't get out.
Tristan is highlighting things that are very much not row 7.
Sorry, I was. This is row 7?
This is
Yeah.
row 7. Yes.
Yeah. So the green we already have can't be the first Japanese sum clue because it would put 2 greens to the right of it. And then that blocks off the water.
Yep.
So instead, we need 2 clues that are to the left of this one, which I think gives us
a green for
a
sure.
green.
And 2
And
blues. Yep.
So this one's green.
That's green, and it can't touch the island.
Right.
That's over there because it would be 4 cells, and that would be a double-digit sum. So you need to checkerboard that.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
Yes.
Cool.
And so then that green extends
to the left.
Yeah.
And you avoided 2 by 2 above the cell you currently have highlighted.
And then the water escapes. And that gives us a 1. And then we finally get the thing that Zeta wanted for a long time, which is one of the greens to go down.
Extends.
Yeah, in column 1.
As in my fantasy.
I think the chat's saying this, and I want to look at it. We also have to make these 2 sum to a double-digit number.
Okay.
Oh, so the one above it's at least 6 as well.
Yeah, and now we have to look at this, because these can't be 7, 8.
Right. So there's always a 6.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom cell is only 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So there's always a 4 in. No, sorry.
No.
We always need a 5 on the right.
So it's 5 2.
Yeah, nice.
Because it sums to 7.
But that just does the whole.
Right. Okay, so it's 1 6 8. And
wait, why can't it be 3 4?
Why
we
do
need a
always
5 on the island?
It's
we need a 5 on the island.
Oh, we need a 5 on the island, right? And
right,
the 5's not going down there, right?
Right.
Got it. Okay, yes.
So there's a 5 over here. So this is actually 2 5.
Right.
And so therefore that's a 1 down there is the point.
Because needs to be 1 6 8.
Yep.
Nice.
Very nice. And I guess there's a weird thing too, where the two, because both of the sums horizontally in the rows are at least 10, the 2 is always going with the 8 to be able to get to 10.
Yep.
So that might be something to keep in mind potentially.
So there's no 8 in that first sum in that. Oh, that first sum in that row is a single digit. We didn't want to put an 8 in it anyway. Never mind.
So this can't be 5, 6.
Oh, 8, 5, right? Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
it can't be 5, 6
Yeah.
because so that's the 8 2 then. That makes sense. Nice spot.
Well, chat spotted it. I'm just reading.
Nice spot, chat.
And 5, 8.
I think,
wrong with 5, 8.
No, it has to be that. If it's
and this is 6, 2, and it's not big enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this is 8, 2 then.
Yep. And then 6, 5 below it.
Yeah, and then 6,
7,
7.
and
6
6.
to get to 13.
And that gives us 2 greens in the bottom of that column.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because if there's
Yes.
6 in the column.
Yeah.
So those are 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Right.
I don't like the top one being 1, 5 at all, but I can't quite disprove it. But it being 1, 5, it needs to contain its size, so it needs to grow, but it's a single digit sum, so it would have to be exactly 1, 3, 5, and it couldn't grow to the right. It would have to grow to the left exactly, because otherwise it would break the row clue. But it just works, I think, if you make that a 1, 5, put a 3 to the left, and put another double digit sum over there. But it's very close to breaking.
Yikers.
Probably the answer.
Yeah, very well could be.
now all of this water has to escape through here, so we need water going through this passage.
Nice.
Yep,
nice
That's
spot.
true.
Nice spot. Very nice.
Can we do anything with that?
That island has to extend way around that
Yeah.
to avoid a
gonna say
2x2.
I think
Right.
at least by 2 cells.
At least by 3, I
At
think.
least
Well,
by 3.
If the next one is blue, is that too big? Yeah, it is too big.
Yeah. Yep.
Wait.
It has to be at least 3, because if it doesn't go 3, then it, you
Well,
just have to
okay, what
cancel
I'm thinking
immediately.
is if the cell to the left of the double question mark is
Blue.
blue, can it be wrap around it?
I
to
think
be exactly 8 cells, or is that broken for some other reason?
it's only broken because of the column or row 12 clue. Because then the island would touch that in just those 2 cells.
Oh, okay. I see.
If it might be easier to put that.
Yeah. So we get those 2 greens first that are below. And the case I'm trying to disprove
Yeah,
is
right.
the cell to the left of the double question mark being blue, because then the same island needs to wrap around and be exactly 8 cells, but then that breaks the cell in the bottom row.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to put it in, but if that, because Woofer was thinking that one could be blue, and then the green could wrap around that blue to avoid the 2x2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's
it's exactly 8 cells, and it breaks the other double question mark.
Yep.
Why couldn't this island like wrap like that?
Because it's only limited to 8 cells. So
That is
basically
8 cells.
right.
You've
but
made
it
a
needs
2x2 in blue.
in the other clue.
On the other question mark clue is the point.
Because we can't fit another island here.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So the point is, I was completely careless, but it happened to work out anyway. That cell is green.
Yeah.
This cell.
Yeah.
Yep.
That cell.
Yeah.
All that nonsense for us to get. But we got it.
Amazing.
Yeah, very nice. It's weird because the blues in that God, I can't even row eight, those blues have to come down, right? Those set of 2 blues there in sort of the middle, they have to come down, and then all of those blues have to connect left out to the rest of the grid, and we also have to avoid a 2x2 of those being blues. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like
so you're just saying if the right one is the one that's blue, we cut off everything?
Well, I
not
think it could
quite.
escape through the row below.
right,
But it's like
Yeah.
very restricted.
Right. There's like a lot of stuff going on in that section I'm seeing.
Agree.
It's very like, yeah.
If row 1, column 9 is 5, you can't put a 3 and a 5 sum below it.
Oh, that's because of the columns clues. If it's 5, it needs a 3 above it just by the column, right? The Japanese sums in the column there.
Yeah.
If you make that,
If this is 5, then
I would. So there's
We
no
have to-
3. The 3 sum is a 3. But
right.
then 1 and 3 are gone, so there are no 5 sums that are not 5.
Yeah.
Is the point?
right.
Right. The 3 sum has to come before the 5 sum.
So this
That
just
island
is
of
a
size
3.
6 in the upper left, we know where the 6 goes by
Wait.
Sudoku.
No,
I agree with
That
Tristan.
can't be the
I did it wrong.
No,
Wait,
that's
no, it was right. We already
was
have the
right.
3 sum at the top of the column. So it's
Oh, that
fine.
is the 3 sum.
Yeah, and
Right.
it has to
Oh.
be because you can't put a second 3.
right. So then we need a 5 down there somewhere.
Yeah, because it can't be a 2-cell 5 sum. But I don't know if we know where it goes.
Yeah. It's interesting because it connects to one of those 6 sums, which is going to have to be 2, 4.
The island at the upper left, you can place the 6 on. Slightly to the right of that upper left.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, that's a 6. Nice spot.
someone in chat is, I think Martin is.
there has
Or
to
maybe
be 6
someone
on
else.
this island. Oh yeah,
Because it
there
is also
Yeah.
6.
I think Garyon and Martin are pointing out in row 10, column 8, we can't fit a question mark 6 to the right of that clue because we're only
Because
limited.
you can't
to-
do that in
8.
2 cells.
Right.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So
that needs to
extends at least
extend-
3 cells.
Right.
3 total, right?
Well,
Including-
3 total, yes.
Okay.
Extends to be at least 3 cells in length.
And it can't extend any further to the right, because then all the ones below it are green and it's like a million cells.
Yep.
Nice.
So
So
that
that's
cell
blue.
is blue.
And the one
And
above
then
it.
it escapes up. Yep.
There might actually be more of those that have to be blue because that island is size 7 now, so it only takes 1 more green cell.
So yeah, so it can't take one at the bottom of column 10, for example.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So
That would make it 9. Yeah. So then that's blue and then it
The-
escapes to the right.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, wait. Did we disprove the thing that Zeta was thinking with the 5-1 now?
I was
Maybe.
looking at it. I don't think quite yet somehow, but maybe with deeper reflection.
There's like some combination
Maybe you
of
said it goes. Did you say it went left? It had to go left.
It has to go left.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Well, someone in chat said that it doesn't work, but I don't know why. So, oh wait, maybe it was like the 1-5 in a certain order doesn't work. Whatever, we can do other stuff. I don't think it does anything yet.
There's kind of the same thing going on in those last 3 columns too, of like all the blues with the 22 have to come down and out, and they all have to connect to the channel that goes through row 9, but you also have to avoid 2x2s in that area.
Yeah,
Josh
a
says
little
this
harsh.
can't be 5.
I think the cell to the left of that, maybe. Yeah, it's
Because
Oh,
then
I see.
Then we need
Oh.
to satisfy this clue and this clue.
Right.
And if we put a
Ah, yeah,
5
that's right.
here,
I agree.
Right. Okay. Yep. And so
Oh,
that's
yeah.
going to force the thing I was trying to disprove exactly.
The
Because
double
that can't be 5, So now the 5 goes on the bottom island, but now that tells you that's a 2-4 and not a 1-5.
Yeah, I think the double question mark clue
So it's
in
just-
that row.
Doesn't that
8
just give
is-
us 5 and blue?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. It's a single 5.
And now sort out the 1-5 and the 2-4 is the point, because this is going to do a lot. So this is now 2-4. Above it is 1-5. This island does not contain its size yet, so it needs to get a 3. Because it certainly can't grow to be size 4. And where's the 3 going? The 3 is going to the left, and then this island finishes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then we put the double question mark sum.
Oh, to the. I think we
Yeah,
might
and
have
so
been
you
able
need
to.
to blue around this island because it's got size 3 now.
Yeah, we might have been able to do this earlier because that clue just couldn't be part of the double question mark, right? The double question mark just always had to go to the right of it.
No, this blue has to come out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and you can fill in the double question mark as.
Oh, that's a good point, Jacob.
Which is
yeah, I guess that's a lot
the other way,
easier.
probably.
Yeah.
Here.
Whoops.
Oh, it couldn't. Yeah, those two have to be green for sure. I don't know that they
So
have to be
then
2.
that's blue.
Right.
Yeah,
And then
and then
avoid.
avoid a
That's
2 by
blue.
2. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
then
this
we
is a
avoided
size
2 by
3.
2.
And then we need a 3 in
And
the
that
cell,
has
yeah,
to be a
slot.
3.
Yep. Mhm.
Yep.
Nice. Go team again.
Woohoo!
Carl says this island can't touch here.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because it would need to avoid a 2 by 2. And it's
Right.
already
It
7.
would finish, and then yeah, that's gorgeous.
That was
Yeah,
the
it would-
thing we were disproving earlier.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier and kept being like, oh no, it probably just does, but no, very much Carl
So
is
they're
right,
both
because
blue.
yeah,
And then you avoid a 2 by 2, and then maybe that's it.
Yeah, the rest of those could be blue, I guess, because there's no more 2 by 2s to avoid.
We need to fit a double-digit sum here.
Oh. And the water has to get out.
the
So it's
sum at
just
the end of row 10 is forced.
Yeah, so that's green. That's all you
So
got.
this is green, and then this is blue to get
for the
out.
water to escape. Yep.
Yeah.
At the end of row 10, we have a sum that has to end in 6.
Oh.
We either need a 2-9, and there aren't 9s in the puzzle, or a 4 and 7.
Okay.
Mhm. Nice spot. Nice spot.
And that gives us our 7 for the island, unfortunately.
Well, the rest are 1, 3, 6, 8. But
Yeah.
I think that's very useful.
Oh, on the island?
Oh, the bottom.
Row 10 sums.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the row 10 sums are done.
Yeah.
Because you need
We need a double question mark.
Yeah, right. So-
Sorry, the shading is done. We should say.
Yeah.
On the left
so
side.
that's a single, so we need a double
Yeah.
Mhm.
and then a single.
Yep.
Single. Yep.
Yep.
And
We still need a 6 in the row, but I guess that could be 1, 2, 3.
Or maybe a single 6 somewhere on the left there.
Yeah.
Well, by setter logic, it has to be that the 6 in the bottom row is a 1, 2, 3. There's no other way that this works out.
so now that we have a 2 and a 6 here, we have to get big enough. These have to add to at least 12.
And the top one's a max of 5.
Mm-hmm.
So the bottom one is 7 or 8.
Yep.
And I guess the one above it's only 4 or 5 because it's a max of 5. Okay.
Very good.
Oh, I see something. So that column 4, the bottom clue is a double
Oh, yeah.
double digit sum, right?
So
that
then the
goes
water
up.
is going to escape through the bottom.
Yep, so the water escapes to the bottom, at least to there. And then that water goes up, I suppose.
Yeah, through column 2.
Yeah, right.
Very nice.
Now, if those two islands connect, they're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
These
Because that would be 8
two
cells.
islands can't connect.
I think they were talking about the other two islands. The two
Oh,
islands.
these here.
Yeah. If that cell is green, then they're done. It's 8 cells. Interesting.
That island in the, like, right below the cell you have selected is actually, if it doesn't connect, then it can only be up to size 4.
Right. Oh, the column 11, the 3, that sum is a single digit total, and we've used 1 and 2 and 5 already. So I guess that's only 4 or 6.
Mhm.
Yep.
Which is but that's gonna affect the cell to the left of it because it's a double digit sum.
Right.
And
So
the
this
biggest
has to-
digit left is 5. So I guess it's
4 or
5,
5.
6.
Eh.
Oh no, it could be 4, 6 the other way. Sorry. Yeah. So it's 4 or 5. Sorry.
Mhm.
So we agree on these?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dang, I thought that was gonna be done.
Oh, the right one can't be 4. Right. Okay.
Oh, right. Okay. So there was something slightly more.
Yeah.
So that's 6 and it
doesn't-
goes with 4 or 5.
Right.
Let's see. So either we get a 1, 2, 3 here.
Or there's a 6 in column 1.
Yep.
There's
Or
a
there's a
6 in
6 in
column
column 1.
I think the clue in row 8 could still be to the left of the one we already have.
Yeah.
I think annoyingly that is possible.
Gary with the cute point is that either these are 1, 2, 3, in which case neither of these is a 6, or this is a 6. So these
Right.
aren't 6.
Nice.
That's
I
adorable.
like that.
Well, doesn't that place 6 in the
I don't think the
region?
island needs a 6.
Oh, no, it needs a 7. Okay, never mind.
Close.
For some reason, when you said column 1 earlier, I interpreted it mentally as column 6.
Oh, because it needed a 6, right?
Yeah,
But
so no,
just
not at all.
number mix up age. So you go ahead.
The single digit sum at the beginning of row 3 is actually a little bit interesting because that digit can't be too large. So I think that digit can only be a 1, 3, or 4.
Could it be 5?
Oh, maybe it can be 5. Maybe this was not as interesting as I had fantasized about it being.
Can still write it down, I guess. Doesn't hurt.
So we know there's a green to the left of that column 3, 2 double question mark blue clue. In row, we know there's a green to the left of it because of the row clue. But the green in column 1 can only take 1 more cell because it's a single digit sum. So, I don't know where I'm going with this.
Don't think
but
that-
Oh,
there's-
right,
White
right. 'Cause that
census?
island has a single-digit sum.
Right. Oh, and but
so the
yeah,
point
so
is
it
that's
can't-
never green because of the
Right.
interaction with the row clue.
the question mark 0. Right.
Right. Okay. So that cell's always blue. I think
yeah,
chat
yeah.
has been trying to tell us this for a while, and I keep reading it and not
Okay.
seeing it. But finally, I see
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if it's
So-
green, it goes to the right, and then it
This one is always
Yeah.
green.
makes it.
Right. Yep.
Yep.
And now I think these can't connect,
Right.
Right.
Because they'd be 9 cells.
and that water has to come out.
Okay.
And now this has to be green to be big enough. 8, no, sorry.
873 is big enough. Yeah.
Close.
873.
Yeah, because you need a 3 on it if it's three cell
Yeah.
island. But 873.
Oh,
is still
then
big
that
enough.
isn't big enough. Oh no,
Wait,
sorry. I thought
it's
this had
just-
to get to 20. It just has to get to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
The water escapes.
This water
right?
has to connect.
Right.
I
Okay.
wish it would auto highlight the connected component. Like I wish you could say like
That's what my
this color
Nurikabe
is
app does.
connected. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like some of the smart ones will do that. It would be nice to have that sort of as a feature because
Yeah.
Martin points out we need both of these to be green.
Yep. I was just thinking that. And now the water connects. So the water at the bottom connects through the column.
Through
Yeah.
here.
So now it is
Yep.
3. Now the one
Yep.
cell is there's a 3 somewhere in there, I guess, is what we know.
yeah, the water still has to connect.
Oh, yep, to the right. And then we need a green in that row or avoid a 2 by 2.
Yeah.
And now
so,
this island can't have size 3
Ha-
because of the 3s
so
in
it
the
has
row,
to
so it
connect down.
extends.
Right.
And now, funnily enough, none of the digits. Oh no, never mind. I was going to say something wrong.
So we do need a 3, I guess. in the bottom left island.
Yep.
Yes.
If the 3 is in the bottom 2 cells, it has
Yeah.
to go with 8,
Ah.
right?
Yeah.
Playmaker with the point is that we don't have room for another grain cell and call
Oh,
it.
Oh, nice.
So that
Very
gives us the
nice.
1, 2, 3 triple in the bottom row.
yep.
Right.
Also, Jacob, I agree with your point. I
Oh,
don't think it's useful yet.
yeah.
It's probably the answer then.
Well, I guess we'll see. Guess that island in column 1 needs a 2. The 2 cell one.
Yep.
But oh, that one needs a 2 and that's a 2-8. Is that what everyone's thinking? Because oh no, sorry.
This needs to add to 10.
Right.
Yeah, that one adds it. The one on the right has a 2 there.
Yeah.
Oh, so is it
So
just
it's not 2-8. So it's 3-7 or 4-6.
Yeah.
Right.
The point is, so this is complicated, but this can't have a 5, but this island needs a 5, so it has a 5 in one of these cells, but there's also a 5 in one of
Yeah.
these cells, so that
Okay.
actually
Yep.
places a 5 there.
and on the
Nice.
right you can eliminate 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very
right.
nice. I like that.
Josh saw that. It was kind of wild.
You're very averse to doing these little corner marking things, like corner marking 3s and 2s and these various things.
But yeah,
I'm hoping
there's
Sven
a
will do it for us.
Oh, you know what's
3
weird
and
though? So
2.
that island that has a 3, it's the vertical sum is double question mark and the horizontal sum. So So 3 is in the bottom row. It's just 3, 8.
Mhm.
In the column 4, it would be 3, 7. Or 3, 8.
Right.
I don't think it does anything.
So if we don't have an 8, what is this?
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
always double digit.
Yeah, because if you don't have an 8, the highest digits left are 6 and 3, right?
Yeah.
So,
So
it's
there
only
is
them.
an 8 in these two cells.
That looks
Which
right.
makes that a 6.
Nice spot.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, spot to Eckbert.
So what's the maximum that row 8, column 1 can be? Because I think it sees... I think it might only be a 1 or a 2, because it's not a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6. Oh, it can be a 7. So this is a 1, a 2, or a 7. And it's not a 1, because I can't put a 1 in a double-digit sum.
Right.
So that's only 2.
Oh, it's not a 2 because of the 2-cell island above it either.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
because of the
Oh!
2 that Tristan
Nice
doesn't
spot.
want to pencil mark. Yep, beautiful.
So then,
And so that 7 looks up at 6.
And that's going to place a 6 here.
right, because it can't go in row 11.
So that's a 4.
Wait, why
Right.
is that a 6?
We need a 6
We
in
have
the
to
column.
we have to have a 6
for
in
the
this column.
Japanese sum
Oh,
flip.
right.
And
Yep.
then row 11 has 6. Right? And so, yeah, and that's a 4. I agree with that too.
Yeah.
And so, oh, sorry, I thought that you knew what this
Those
is.
can be
but we don't
anything,
know what
I
this
think.
is.
the 7, the 7 in column 1 there, the sum, it's a double digit sum, right? Horizontally in row 8. And so it needs to be at least 3, but it sees 3, 4, 5 in the region, and 6 and 7. So it just is an 8, right?
Yep. I think I believe that.
That's very cute.
So do you want to pencil mark the remaining 2 cells on that 5-cell island? Because they see a number of things. So they could
Here?
be 1. Yeah,
Mhm.
they can be 1. They can't be 2 because of the column. I think they can be 3
Or 4.
or
Not
4.
6.
Yeah, but they can't be 6. They can't be 5. They can't be 7. They can't be 8. So I think these are from 1, 3, 4 only, and each of them sees an additional one of those as a sort of bonus. Actually, the bottom one sees it. Oh no, the bottom one doesn't see a 3 because the 3 is corner marked at 3. Almost. Very close. Very nearly.
Now
on.
this corner marking that you wanted me to do confused you.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I guess the 2 island in column 1, those cells are just from
Oh.
1, 2, 3, and 4, right?
Yeah, because it's 8 digits, and we already have
Yep.
5, 6, 7, and 8.
And
Yep.
then the row 4 can't be 1 or 3.
Yeah, so one of them has to be a 1, actually.
Yeah, so row 4, column 1 is a 2 or
Oh.
a 4.
Yeah, and below it actually can't be a 1 either. No, I'm seeing. Because there's a 1 all the way on the other side of that row.
Yeah.
So the one below it's just 1, 2, or 3.
Or 2, 3, or 4.
2, 3,
right?
or 4.
Or yeah, sorry, 2, 3, or 4. I can't talk.
It's claimed
Oh,
that
8, column 5. Yeah, I believe it.
So these
Can't
2
be
need to be a
1.
double-digit sum. Is that at all interesting?
Could it be 5?
It has to be 5.
can't be
Um,
2, can't be 3, can't be 4, could be 5, can't be 6, can't be 7.
Wait, why couldn't it be 1? What was
Because
Can't
it
be
needs to
eight.
be part of a double-digit sum in 2 cells.
Yep, it
In
is
the
5.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So that's 4. 1 and
Which I think-
5.
The
So the
4
digit
gives
above
us
it
an
is a
8.
7 or an 8 only.
Yeah, the one above in the 20 something at the top has to be 8, right? 'Cause we needed
Otherwise, it
12.
doesn't get to 20 something. Yep.
Right.
Nice.
So we get 8 and 7. And that 7 needs to go. That's part of a double digit sum too, right? In the row.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And it can't be 4, 5, or 6, or 3. Or obviously another 7. So it's an 8.
Sounds right. Which places the 8 on the island below it.
So that's a
3
double
looks
digit.
up.
Right. And that's a double digit sum that has a 3 in it.
Yeah, so it's 3, 7.
Right.
Yep.
And we know the order.
Very nice.
Those two. Yeah, there.
The bottom one has to be, yeah.
Yep, 3, 7. And that
3 looks left as well.
Nice.
Can probably pencil mark the rest and find
just
out some things.
Yeah, that has a 2 and can't contain a 1, a 3, or a 4, or 6.
I think row 4, column 6 is a naked single. I think it's a naked 7. This is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 8. So it is a naked 7.
Yeah, and the one below that is actually not 2, 8 because it would be double digits, and that's a single digit
right.
island. So it's just 2, 5, and the puzzle is done.
Yep.
Wait, almost done. How do we do that one?
With the row? No,
that doesn't work.
What does this add to?
Probably need 5 is probably too high.
Yeah.
It's because of the island clue.
It has to be a 20 something total. So if you use a 5, it becomes 30 something.
I believe it. Nice.
Woohoo!
Wow. Nice puzzle.
I love that we started the puzzle with basically this, and we ended the puzzle with this.
That was cool. It's like, oh no.
Very nice.
Yeah, not too bad.
Excellent. Well, I think we have time for one more as long as it's not too monstrous.
Well, we have a puzzle like that, so that's good.
Excellent.
All right. We will be right back with probably our last puzzle of the day. So, see you soon.
See you soon.
All right, welcome back. We have this agent, and I see that I don't even have the whole example puzzle on screen here. There we go. All right. All right. We have this cave Fillomino hybrid. So we have normal Fillomino rules divide the grid into orthogonally connected regions such that no two regions of the same size share an edge, and each cell gets the size of its region. We have cave, so we get green cells and gray cells, and all green cells are orthogonally connected, and all gray cells connect to the edge. Now, each region must be entirely shaded or unshaded. If a clued cell is unshaded, the clue indicates the sum of the numbers seen orthogonally from that cell blocked by region borders. And if it's shaded, the clue indicates the sum of the numbers in its group of orthogonally shaded cells, which could include more than one region. Okay.
So all the cells summed in an unshaded clue are from the same region, because weirdly region borders obstruct vision, which is not intuitive to me. But that is, having been staring at this example for a bit, that is the thing I'm going to have to repeat to myself over and over again.
Yeah. Region borders obstruct vision of green clues, but they don't obstruct sums of gray clues. Is chat still here? Are we... Chat is being extremely quiet. And then Jay comes in with a pun.
Well, I just pulled it up, and it looks like it's actually showing us talking about this puzzle, so...
I realized I was muted and trying to talk, so now I'll say the thing that I was trying to say.
Oops.
Yeah, so with this rule set, the conclusion that we came to during the break is that with shaded cells, it's a sum of square numbers because every Fillomino is entirely included in the sum. So in the bottom left, for example, you have the 6 sum, that's 1 squared plus 2 squared plus 1 squared. Top left, there's 3 squared equals 9. And then for the unshaded cells, it's a multiple of some number, but it's always the same number. So it's just like 5 times 5 or 8 times 2, but you're not adding together multiple Fillominos. So I think that'll be important for the main puzzle.
Yes, so here is, somewhere is the main puzzle. Here is the main puzzle.
Wish us luck.
See, and we can have row and column numbers for this one. Let's see. Does that show up on row and column labels? What did I turn on? It's not quite
I believe it could be a 1 by 137 Fillomino, Jay.
There we go.
We can throw down a bet tree for this one somewhere.
Yes.
That's the other thing too, is all of our sums are more than 1, which means nothing is like just one cell. You can't have one unshaded cell because that'd be a size 1 Fillomino, and you can't just have one shaded cell because that's also a size 1 Fillomino.
So put down a bet tree somewhere, Tristan. And then shade the 37.
Yeah, and I think
because
also, yeah,
as
37 can't be a multiple of some number because it's prime.
Right, and so it can never be green.
And then the 4 in row 3, if it was shaded, it would need at least 3 cells to get to the edge. But then 3 squared is 9, which is too big. And I think that's true for the 5 as well in the row.
Yep.
Why couldn't it
2,
be
2,
like
1 would work for the
2,
5.
2,
Oh,
1?
Okay.
But that's
But
still
yeah,
more
it
than
still works
Yeah,
in 4.
okay. You're right.
It's still more than 4.
That's
Jay is claiming that 5 is prime, which we'll have to verify.
I was just thinking
that
the
doesn't
same
make that
thing.
one shaded. So it's going to have to be 2, 2, 1 then. But yeah, the 4 is.
Yeah. So the 5 is shaded, and the 4 is unshaded. And again, the 5 is shaded because if it were unshaded, it would see at least 2 cells and be the multiple of those values. And 5 is not anything times anything unless one of the anythings is 5. But 5 plus 5 is already too big to be 5. Is the basic idea.
Yeah. But then if we're doing a sum of squares, we need to. It takes at least 3 cells to get to the edge. So we need multiple Fillominos that are adding to each other. So it just has to be 4 and 1.
Yep. So it has to be the 5 goes straight to the edge. Everything around it is green, and we have a 2 in the middle and a 1-2 pair on the outside. It's the only way we're getting to 5.
Yeah.
And we can do a 2 dance. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And now we can green the entire rest of it.
Right.
So
Josh,
to
a 2 requires another 2.
Right, because grays count everything in the Fillominos that are part of those grays. So if it were to try to get to the edge, it doesn't matter if the other 2 cells in a different column. It's always including the 1 cell and the 2 Fillomino, and then another 1, which is minimum 5.
And so that has greens around.
Yeah,
The
green all around it, Tristan.
Green clued cells and gray clued cells work differently.
Yeah, it's sum of
not
cells.
The corners.
Yeah.
Not the corners.
Well, don't we have checkerboards?
Yeah, the
though?
corners
Yeah.
because of checkerboards, but we'll talk about that in a second. So those are green by definition. And then we have a no checkerboard rule. So that greens the 2 cells that I then was like, wait, we can't green those. But we can, in fact, green them because there's no checkerboards in a cave. And this is, among other things, a cave.
So now is the 35 interesting because it's 5 sevens or 7 5s.
It certainly is 5 or 7 at the very least. You can fill that in for candidates.
And then it needs to see at least 5 cells, right? So it needs to go down by at least 2.
Can't be
And
7 5s.
Right.
7 5s is hard to see, right?
So it is 5
7s.
7s.
There be 7 digits. Yep, so it's 5 7s. The green 4, by the way, is a 2. There's just nothing else it can be, right? Can't be seeing 4
Yeah,
ones.
it is. Yeah.
Right.
But I think the 5 7s is done because it can't go down to the 15 clue. It'll make it a 28.
Right.
Right. So yeah, we know exactly where.
Oh,
the
so it
are.
sees these?
Right,
Yep.
exactly.
That is correct. Okay.
So now is the other 35 something similar? Because the 7 needs 2 more 7s to become a 7 amino.
It can't get into the 15 for sure. You can draw in a border there if you like.
Right.
And
yeah, I guess there's borders between shaded and unshaded always.
Yep.
And this, we can't make this green.
Yeah, because if it's green, you can use Woofer's trick from earlier. There are 3 7s it doesn't see. And so it would need to see 5 7s, and this 7 omino would have more than 7 7s in it.
Yep.
Right.
So yeah, so if that was a 7, we'd be in big trouble. So that is gray. And so this
And 7 5s didn't work either, right? Because it would
7 5s would put 7 cells into a 5 omino.
Because region borders obstruct
okay.
vision.
Okay, so when we said that before, it was just completely wrong.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it was right from the perspective of multiplication, but from the
I thought
perspective of the
there
rules
was
of the
some-
puzzle.
I thought there was
I
some
wanted to
complex
start
reason.
there.
This 35 needs to escape between the 24 and the 15 because the sums can't overlap. So, and this 35 is not small enough that it can fit in 4 cells no matter what.
That makes sense.
And
So-
so the fact that it escapes through there tells us how the 7 finishes.
Right. Yeah.
So we can finish off the 7.
And then the 35 has borders wherever there's clues, other clues.
Right.
Right. So the 24 is a green.
There doesn't
Oh,
have to be a different color to be a border.
I think it does because shadeds are always surrounded by unshadeds, right?
Yeah, a shaded.
Oh, right. There can be borders between green cells, but there can't. And I was looking at it from above,
Yeah.
but you're looking at it from the right, and they're
Yep.
right. And shaded cells need borders. So yeah,
Shaded
that's
cells, you can't have 2 different clues in a
Right.
group
Right,
of
right,
shaded
right.
cells.
So the
Right.
21 is green too in column 2 as
Yeah,
well.
Yep.
I agree. And then there's a border with the 15, of course.
And this
the green is
24
more
is
than
going
one
to have
cell.
to get out. And again.
Right.
Yep.
Because it's
It's 8 times 3 or 6 times
6
4, or
right.
it's not 12 times 2 because the 12 would have to escape by 1 more down.
Yep.
I think the
And this 35 now has to get out.
right. I think that the 3 8s is a problem because then doesn't the 8 omino go into column 2 after 3 8s, and then it's in a 21, which is
Yeah.
not going to work mathematically.
Yeah,
You
Does that
should
make
green
sense?
the 21, Tristan.
right. Yeah, so if row 4, column 1 is
Good.
8, then it goes down by 3, but then it can't see anymore, so it'd have to go to the right, but then 21's not a multiple of 8.
Right.
So
Right.
it can't be.
So it's not 8.
In fact, there's just always a border between the 24 and the 21 because the only common divisor of 24 and 21 is 3, and we're not having 8 3s
Right.
per our earlier discussion about having 7 5s.
So it is 4 6s in that
So it
column.
must be 4 6s because you can't have 6 4s.
Right, okay.
And then
At the
it
end of this
goes-
puzzle, I'll understand that.
and then the 6 omino goes into column 2 because
Right.
we've seen the 4.
And then there's another border there.
Right.
And so
There's
it
not
finishes.
necessarily a border down that I can
Oh, yeah.
see.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But there is a 6 in that cell. You can fill that in and make it green.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the
And
21
so the
is
21 is
21
3
gets
7s.
right. Yeah, and it's because the same thing is true, right? It's either 7 or 3, but we can't
Yeah.
have 7
So it's-
3s.
So it's these 3 7s.
Yeah, and
Yep.
Why
And I
can't
think-
it go down?
It still needs to
we
see
need to
3.
see 21.
Oh, right. We need to see it. Right.
yeah,
Right.
it could
So
still
it can
go
go
down.
down. It's
Mhm.
just
Right.
that, yes, it needs to do that. And then
There-
it ends.
And then the gray needs to get way out.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and there's a border to the right of the column
we should at
4,
some point
7.
discuss in what way 35 is the sum of squares.
It's gonna have to be a lot of low numbers, I think.
It would
Yeah,
be
there's-
separated by lots of 1s.
I think
But we keep saying it has to get out, but I haven't yet like completely grasped exactly like how many cells it is at minimum.
so.
we
Oh
need-
no, it has to get out just for cave reasons.
Yeah,
it doesn't even
yeah,
have to
it
get out.
does.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, that's the thing I was.
We can
missing.
do more with the 7s because there's a border above it.
Hold
for
up.
column 4. Sorry.
Yeah.
We need to do a windmill dance for Malrog.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you, Malrog. Woo! Woohoo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Thank you for your support. 6 months of support. Wow, we've been doing this a long time, haven't we? Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you so much. Oops. Sorry. Zach danced into the microphone. Hopefully he did not turn the microphone off or
No,
hurt
you're-
anyone's ears too badly.
All right.
I didn't hear anything.
Thank you very much, Malrog.
Okay, now put on the borders on the 7.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it can't take the 15 either, right?
And
Right.
it can't go to the right because of the 21. I
Right.
can't see anymore.
Oh, so it just
So it
does
has to
go
T,
down.
Yeah, exactly.
which is
And
then
then
going to
that-
finish the 6.
Mhm.
Right. And it goes down again because it
Yeah.
still can't take the 15.
Mhm. And then that 6 is done.
Nice.
Ah. And this 7 can't come right.
Yeah.
Yep.
If gray in row 5 goes one more right, you create a checkerboard. So
Right,
you can't
because
do that.
it can't touch the 37. Right.
Sorry,
Nice.
where? What?
If
Oh.
gray in row 5,
Gray in row 5.
if it goes one right, you create a checkerboard because those two grays can't join.
Ah. So it
So
has to
gray
go
goes down and you can put in a border.
Yeah,
I guess
there's-
a green cell between.
Yeah,
Right,
both
'cause
of
it
those are
doesn't-
green. There's a green and,
You can put a border up in the row we proved that it doesn't go into as well.
and green.
Green and
Put a border.
Row 5,
So in
column
row
6
5,
has
we
to be
proved
green.
it couldn't extend right. That's how this all started. So you can put in a border to say it doesn't extend right.
Yeah.
And then you can green that cell and then
And the
green
one
the cell
above.
above it to avoid a checkerboard.
And
Is the
gray
15
still has
done?
to get out.
Yep.
oh,
The 15 certainly is not gray now.
And
I meant
so-
the 15 in row 4, actually.
I
Oh,
guess
I
they're
see.
both have to be 3 5s because of the thing we've said like 17 times, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
So that means this is the 5 umino, right?
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
yep,
Exactly
I agree.
this.
hmm And then the other 15 is also green, and it's 3 5s.
Right,
'Cause
and
it
it has to
can't-
go to the right, right, because of the 7 goes down again now,
Yeah.
and it can't connect to the 25, right? Because that would be
Well, it also just
Oh,
can't
be
go down because
careful.
of the
no.
cave.
It,
It can't
could
go down
connect.
because of the cave. It's only exactly 3 5s.
Oh yeah, that's why it can't go down because it. Yeah, you're right. It's exactly 3 5s.
So, yeah, the 15 clue in column 4 needs 3 5s. And so now
then-
the 5s can't go down anymore. So it needs to go to the right. And then the 7 takes another cell in column 3.
Yep. Because otherwise it doesn't do anything.
So is the 25 now gray
I think so.
because you can't have 2 5 ominoes but touching?
Yep.
We could it's going to have to go to the left some too, right? Because it needs more than 1 digit and it can't join with the 8.
Why is there a border to the right of row 8, column 4? That's a good question.
Yes, I
row
think there should not be a
8,
border there.
column 4.
Oh, so I guess the 5 going to the right wasn't right.
Yeah, so we have to go back.
Yep.
I think everything else was fine.
Hmm.
It was 3 5s going down, and it does do the
That's
thing with
true.
the 7.
But we don't get that 5 going there.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so
but the 25 is still gray.
25 is still gray.
Yeah, okay. Good catch.
Probably
Jack.
3 squared plus 4 squared if I know my Pythagorean triples well, but could be other things that are more exotic.
Also, for anyone confused about the rules, I would recommend looking at the LMD page.
Yeah, I'm sorry. YouTube only allows us to put 5,000 characters in stream descriptions, so there was not room to put the rules to this puzzle in the stream description.
So the absolute minimum number of cells the 25 can be is 7, because 3 squared plus 4 squared is 25, and you're not going to do better than that. So therefore, the gray always goes out to the right, because that 7 amino is still taking one of the cells over there.
That makes sense.
One.
Oh, right, because it's
You
not
have to
5
do a little
squared.
multivariable calculus in order to convince yourself of that, I believe.
Right.
But,
so this minimum
but
comes
this is
here.
gray. Right.
Right.
And then
And
it
so it
doesn't
does
take
not
the
join the
8.
8 and makes
Yeah.
the 8 green.
Yeah.
God, this
Right.
35 is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
So the green 8 is 2 4s?
Yep, it's got to be 2 4s.
Because it can't be a single 8, right? So, and it can't be 4 2s for the reason we've said like 95
Yeah.
times.
So that's just the 4, and then goes upward to the right.
right.
Yeah, it's interesting
Gray
that every
and-
green clue has a unique way of filling it, because a number can't have two divisors larger than its square root.
Right.
This is like oddly the mappiest
Oh.
puzzle we've ever done on stream.
Gray can't come here, points out Isabella.
Yep, would create
of
the
the
checkerboard
checker.
again. Yep,
Mhm.
same trick.
So this is not gray.
I think
It's just green.
So we can mark the Tristan. You can put in
So
the
this
4.
gray comes down,
Yep.
Yeah.
See, that's why Tristan put in the border.
Right.
and that's the 5.
Yeah,
he
so
was
then
2
we
steps
get
ahead.
this. Gray comes out again.
Yeah. And then the 5 comes out.
Yep.
And then the 8 in the bottom row is going to be done.
Yep.
So that's the end of the 5.
Right. And the 8 has to be 2 4s, and that has to go to the right. And then the 4 goes up by 1.
So these are 4s.
And that's
Yep.
going to force the gray one more.
And so now the 25 is 3s and 4s. And you know
Right.
where the 3s go, because the 4 can't touch the 4.
Yeah, it's just done, right? Because the
So yeah.
7 now can only take the column 2 cell, right?
Oh, this can't
Yep.
go.
Yeah, that
up.
border is right. Yeah.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, and that cell's green too. Oh, there's so many things happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
4's
everything's
done.
happening.
The gray goes to the right.
This 7 and gray are done.
Right.
That has to be
Oh,
the
right.
7.
And now fill in your 3s and 4s in gray.
Right.
so
Oh. It's,
like
okay,
all
this
of
is
these are 3
The
and
20
4.
No,
the
the
25.
25.
No,
The
the
25.
Oh, the
Yeah.
25 is 3.
We previously agreed the 25. No, you know which way the 3s and 4s
Yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah.
You know exactly what it looks like, because that's touching a 4.
Yeah. So
So finish the 7 and then fill in the 3 and the 4. And
Yes,
then
dear.
we will do a dance we will celebrate our bet tree winners.
Yeah, those are.
the entire rest of this is gray.
Gray. There's
These
a border
are
divide.
3s.
Yeah, perfect.
These are
We will
4s, and the bet tree
congratulate
was a
the
4.
4 betters out there.
This
Congratulations.
gray comes out one more.
Yeah, and the 4 Fillomino in the bottom is also done.
Yes.
And we have to separate the 2 grays with a green. So the 37 and the 35 we have to keep apart
Right.
Right.
while we are shouting things at Tristan for him to try and do simultaneously.
I guess the gray can't go up again there in column 8 because of
Checkerboard again.
Yeah. That's
Yep.
how you have the cursor on, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well, that's
So
going
it
to make
comes
the
out
24
again.
green. Yeah.
Yep.
The 24 is.
Is now 4 6s. And we've broken
And
the puzzle,
it
right?
can't come right again,
Isn't
otherwise
the
we-
puzzle broken?
3 8s.
Oh, duh. 3
Oh,
8s.
3 8s, right.
Yeah.
3 8s. Okay.
Scary.
Nope, right. So it's not actually true that there's a unique number
Wait.
that works. Yeah.
Oh
okay.
wait, it could come right. These
Yeah,
screens
but-
are already
But
connected.
the 24 is 3 8s. It is
Yeah,
been
the
pointed out.
24 below the gray has to be green because we can't have 2 grays touching. And then we can only see 3 cells.
Yep.
And we can't do. Wait, could you do 2 12s?
Maybe you could do 2 12s actually.
Oh, yeah, maybe you can. I guess the Amino has to escape through column 10 though, right? Because it's either 8 or 12.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So green comes up here.
Yep. Which forces gray up.
Yeah.
Well,
Up
these
by
two grays are
2.
really, really dancing with each other, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
That's
gray.
Yeah. And so now we get to do the avoid a checkerboard trick with the gray again. Because now the
Again.
37 can't go right.
Yeah.
So these are both green
Yep.
Yep.
to avoid checkerboard.
Mm-hmm.
So this gray has to get out up now.
Yeah, and the other gray and the green actually on the right. So it's minimum 8.
Yeah.
So now
other
that's
gray
not a
has
12.
to go up. Other green has to go up.
And then it can't actually touch the 9. Oh, so it is
Yep.
an 3.
So it is not a 12.
That's
Yep,
good
so
for
it's
Sudoku
3/8.
pad.
So
Yes. And just has 8 cells, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
In that
24
corner.
is just done. Yeah,
so it just yeah.
it's all 8s.
Yeah. Nice.
Sweet.
And it's gonna be more
And
the
now
gray
now
goes
there's
up
going to
and
be
the
lots
green
of
goes-
gray-green nonsense.
Yeah.
The gray still
Amazing.
has to come up, and more nonsense because we
Right.
still have to keep these apart.
Right.
And we know the 9 now is 3 3s.
Right.
We know what they look like.
And this gray still has to get out.
Yep.
This 9 has to be 3 3s like this.
Yep.
Yep.
All green.
Because in particular, it's green because it touches a gray.
Right.
Yeah.
And so now the
And
Gray
now the
goes
gray
out.
gets out again.
and then
And you
the
can
green
fill in
goes
borders
up.
because 3 3s is 3
Mhm.
3s.
Oh yeah,
and-
sure, that's done.
This now has to be green.
Right.
This is
To separate
ridiculous.
them.
And we get more borderage. And this gray has to get out again.
Right. And the other one, I guess.
Yes.
Usually when we're setting and
And
something
we
like this happens, we always
Still
undo.
have to keep them apart? Good grief.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's going to happen one more time at least.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
now the 37 is going to
You
push into
still
the
have to
32.
both
Oh,
get
and the
out.
32 clue. Amazing. That
Oh,
one's
yeah.
also green.
So the 32 is green, as is the space between them.
So
Yeah,
the
and then
third-
that gray on the left is going to be done.
right.
And now this is green to avoid a checkerboard.
Mm-hmm.
I think the
So
30,
now the
And-
37 gets out in an only one way.
Yes.
That one
It's
there
going to
is
resolve the 1-2 deadly pattern we had before.
Yes.
the 32 is
That's
Gonna
going to
be
fill in a
4
bunch of
8s.
digits. So that's a 1. That's a 2. There's a border here. That's a 1. Now this
That 2
2
goes
has
down.
to get out. It's done.
37 is 1 squared plus 6 squared, and we know the order.
Oh, nice.
nice.
Oops. So this is a 6
Mhm.
Fillomino. That's a 1.
The
There's a
32
border
has got to be an
here.
8.
Right. It's going to be 4 8s, right? Going all the
Yeah,
way
it's
to
gonna be 4
column 10.
8s.
Oh,
And
and
that-
that's just going to do the coloring.
Yeah.
Wild.
What a streak there. So I guess the 8 is done too,
Yeah,
right?
Yep.
it is.
It just goes
Oops.
down the green.
Oh, God.
Oh,
It's
no.
over.
There we go.
Yeah.
To there.
Well,
All right.
that's a
How do we
6.
make 30?
Oh, those greens can't be a 6, right? So
They can't be a 6, no.
And they can't be 2 3s.
right.
So they've
So it's
got to
a-
be a 3, a 2, and a 1, right? And no,
Uh,
they can't be a 3,
why
a 2,
can't
and a
they
4.
be? Why can't they be a 4 and a 2?
4 and a
Oh,
2
maybe they could be
or
a 4
5
and a
and
2.
1?
Yeah. the
I don't
5
think
and
we
1.
know yet. I think we have to figure out
Yeah.
this 35.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So, I mean, it's
How many cells is this? $21.
Jeez. That's a lot of ones and twos.
Yeah, I mean, we could just put in the ones, twos, and not do the math and hope it's right.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Well, every
I-
1, 2 is 3 cells, right? And that
There's-
adds up to
apparently-
5, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so it's just
so it's-
21 cells.
It's only ones and twos,
Mhm.
is the point.
Yeah.
7 ones and 14 twos. Yep.
Yep.
And it doesn't work any other way, so where is that disambiguated?
It's getting disambiguated through the omino that we were working on before.
Right.
So I think the point is there's nowhere you can put a 2 in here. So there's no 2s whatsoever in this 6 omino that you have,
Right.
because every pair of cells has a 1 and a 2. So there's no place you could put a 2. And so if we're making 6, we can't use it as 6. So
And it's
What are
not
we
2
gonna
and
do?
4.
yeah,
5 and 1.
so it's got to be 5 and 1, and we know the order.
This is the 1,
Yep.
Yeah.
and that's going to resolve it.
Right.
That's a 1. These are 5s. Now that's a 2.
So we're gonna have to count it one way. And
So
I think it
2
goes
coming left
down.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
Right. Yep, I agree.
Nuts.
So that's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 1. That's a 2. This
Okay.
2 comes down. That's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1. And now I just fill in digits.
Yeah.
This
2,
puzzle was
1,
like
2, 1.
an incredibly unintuitive rule set for me,
2,
but the solve was like very generous.
2, 1.
What an ending.
I could imagine
Yeah.
this type of rule set being like way more painful.
Yeah.
That was wild. I
Those-
loved
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That was quite cute.
That was delicious.
Was not the region I expected. Will
And we didn't have that many logical leaps either.
Yeah, that was great. That flowed so smoothly.
yeah, that was very nice.
And we have exactly hit our 4-hour target.
Thank you so much for joining us. That was a lot of fun. You brought a lot of you brought a lot of neat puzzles for us to do. Hopefully we have helped clear out your own to-do list.
Yeah, for sure. And I like non-sudokus. And we got to do a chaos construction.
Which is like
Yeah.
almost a Sudoku.
Yeah, almost.
Nice hybrid-y type thing.
Well, if it makes you feel better, my next idea is a non-Sudoku. So
I'm excited
We'll
to
see if
solve
I
it,
can
though.
make it work.
Yeah. Ubon? Question mark?
I may not be tempted to set another Ubon puzzle after like Berlin took like 6 weeks for anyone to do, but we shall see. But weird Fillomino hybrids. I can do more weird Fillomino hybrids perhaps.
Yeah, I agree with KNT. It was almost Ubon.
Ubon adjacent.
We need more real Ubons.
It's possible.
Well, oh, David Ratner.
Donates $15. Thank you so much, David. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! Waha! Waha! Thank you so much, David. We greatly appreciate your continued enthusiasm and generosity, being a cool member of our community and to the Sudoku community at large.
I want to thank you all for joining us so much, and I want to give a huge thanks to Jacob and Woofer for joining us on this stream.
Yes,
we
very
had,
much
having
appreciated.
us.
This was a lot of fun.
we had a ton of fun. You brought great puzzles today.
I also posted all the solution codes in our secret Discord chat.
Oh, so I can go claim these.
Yeah,
Excellent,
feel
excellent.
free.
I have a pile from Naverio from last stream or a few streams ago. I did 3 Naverio puzzles, and just this morning I woke up and saw that he had texted me solution codes to them, so I should go enter those. The 3 J sums that he made that were all excellent.
Did we do those?
We did 2 of them.
Okay.
We'll do the other one soon.
What's the third one? I'll tell you if you should do it. No, you should do it.
Well, there's also like so the final puzzle is going to be combining 4 of them. I think cave is a bonus one, and it's going to be it's for KNT's birthday, which is also my birthday. So I'm going to get a
cool
birthday puzzle that wasn't intended for me, and I'll get to solve it.
Well, happy birthday
present.
Well, it'll be next Saturday, so in 6 days.
Excellent. Alrighty, well, thank you, everyone. We'll be back. When are you streaming next, Tristan?
I am planning on streaming on Tuesday. 2 weeks in a row, I had to reschedule my Tuesday stream to Thursday. I don't think I'll have to this week. So planning on streaming Tuesday. The stream is scheduled, so you can go set a reminder. So, want to do our outro?
Sure. So thank you to everyone for showing up. Thank you for supporting the stream. If you want to support the stream, you can do that by clicking the join button down below, where you can get a bunch of assorted perks at various levels. Greatly appreciated to all of this you do, including Woofer here. So thank you very much. And we will be back. We'll be back on Tuesday. Thank you to our people who support at the top level, speaking of, which include David, Michael, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Logan, Daniel, and Willie. Thank you so much. See you all very soon.
Bye for now.